side. He's fired up.
Nebraska Cornhuskers baseball is brought to you locally by Portions of Husker baseball are brought to you by Midwest Ford and Landera.
Nord whips it in. Swing and a ball ripped in the air. Pretty deep right field. Stutzer goes back, looks. It's off the wall. It careens free into right center field. How fast can Overbeek and Carey run? Overbeek scores. The relay home. It is not in time. Inside the park. Home run. Dylan Carey. Have yourself a day.
Now let's head to the booth. Standing by to call today's action, here's Ben McLaughlin and Kyle Crooks.
Good evening from the plains of Auburn, Alabama. The Cornhuskers have traveled south into the east to battle the 7th-ranked Auburn Tigers on what's sure to be an electric atmosphere here tonight. Game 1 of 3 between the Cornhuskers and the Tigers. Glad you've dialed us up here on the Huskers Radio Network, and we're glad to bring you another edition of Cornhusker Baseball. Ben McLaughlin joined in the booth this weekend by Kyle Crooks. KC, man, it was an interesting day yesterday. Huskers land down in the plain at Auburn, or I suppose Columbus, just on the other side of the border. Important distinction here in SEC country. We were in Georgia, not in Alabama when we landed. We're supposed to come out here for a workout yesterday. How convenient that the second we get off the plane, it starts raining. Huskers were able to hit in the cages and get some pitching work in the football indoor stadium. Able to come over here yet this morning and work out, but you were there for the effort on Sunday against nationally ranked Florida State, undoubtedly rinsing a sour taste out of their mouth, and you were around the boys yesterday just like myself. You get the sense that they're ready for another big-time challenge here this weekend.
Yeah, I think they realize how big this is. We know from an RPI standpoint and all those things that you want to build up, and in terms of a resume heading into postseason, this is a big weekend for the Huskers, and they were able to salvage it. I could just sense, and I knew how frustrated this club was, how frustrated Coach Bolt was, especially after Friday against Louisville. Just too many mistakes. They thought they let that game get away, and then Kansas State was a game that they had a lead for a large portion of it, let get away, and now this is an opportunity. I think they really like their weekend rotation and what's not to like with Ty Horn and Carson Yassa and what Blackowitz gave you against Florida State. But what a way to cap it, Ben. 10 runs on 10 hits against a very good nationally ranked Florida State team, and can you keep that momentum and what should be a really, really good environment? I feel like all these chairbacks will be full by the time first pitch comes.
For as good as Nebraska feels about their rotation, Auburn's probably thinking the same, and what a shot in the arm they got on Wednesday night. They hosted West Georgia in a midweek game here, and West Georgia had Auburn on the ropes, to say the least. It took a couple of two-out hits in the bottom of the ninth for the Tigers to rally and beat West Georgia by a run. Bub Terrell ends up getting the game-winning single into left field. They were undefeated also in Arlington last week, and they bring with them a 7-1 record. This is a team, Kyle, that hosted a Super Regional last year, 2 College World Series appearances in the last 6 years. Butch Thompson knows how to coach a club. He knows how to coach talent, and this team certainly has that.
Yeah, it's a team that has had a lot of major league talent in recent years, and no different with the team they have. And you look at their lineup, they're going to get Chris Rembert back, who dealt with an ankle injury opening weekend. He's going to DH. He's their second baseman, one of the best in the country, and they're going to get him back this weekend, so that's a huge boost to their lineup. But it's been sort of a head-scratching start in a way. They had such a good weekend in Arlington, but had a game or so against Youngstown State where they really had to scratch and claw, and then in the midweek against West Georgia, they had to find a way in the ninth to get a couple runs and win that game. I know this, just like Nebraska's confident in their starting rotation in the weekend. You look at Auburn and a lot of SEC teams, but it starts with what they're going to throw here tonight with Jake Marciano, their left-hander.
He's good. He transferred over from Virginia Tech, and I think offensively it hasn't gone to what Auburn expected yet this year. You think about the parts to their lineup that they return, starting with Bristol Carter, Chase Fralick, Bub Terrell. They bring in a freshman in Bingaman. Yeah, you lose Ireland, a first-team All-American from last year, but this is a team that brings back a loaded offense statistically, and it just hasn't quite been what they thought and you thought maybe last week would have got it started in Arlington after a really slow start against Youngstown State. But I think Wednesday probably had them just as crossed up, really struggling offensively through 8 2/3 innings, really. And so hopefully the delay in offense waits at least 3 more days.
Yeah, let's hope. But you look at what they have coming back, and it's a young core. They have 3 guys that were all SEC freshman performers that are all back in this lineup that combined to hit .327 last year. So, and they're one of, I believe, the only team in the SEC to have a quartet of guys that had at least 40 RBI and back in their lineup this year. So they have young but proven production in their starting 9, and the expectation is they'll get ramped up and be one of the best in the SEC when it's all said and done, but maybe they can wait until next weekend.
On the offensive side for Nebraska, you had your first look at this offense last week, certainly led by Dylan Carey, as we expect for much of the year. I don't think we expect him to carry as much of the load as he did last weekend, but what were your impressions from what you saw from the Husker offense last week?
I know Will Bolt challenged Dylan Carey after that Kansas State game in the dugout, and he brought it, what he did in the final game against Florida State. You look at, he had those 2 really good performances with an 0-for-4 in between it, but Dylan's been outstanding to start the year. I look at Mac Moyer to start the tempo. I mean, that is a guy they put into the top of the lineup in the Louisville game, and boy, what he's done has just been incredible. And we know the pressure and what goes into being that leadoff guy, having that high on base, not just hits for him, but finding ways to get on through walks and what have you. It's just his on base has been great. And now can you get a guy like Jeter Worthley going in that 9 spot as that prototypical double leadoff start of the year? Perhaps the pressure is a little high when you're that leadoff guy and you're a freshman and you're a catcher. There's a lot that goes into that. Can you get a guy like Jeter Worthley going in this lineup that could really stretch things out?
You mentioned the walks for Moyer. Just 2 hits last weekend, but he drew 6 free passes and boosted his on-base percentage north of 600, which will play out of the leadoff spot. Tonight it's the Huskers and the 7th-ranked Auburn Tigers. Game 1 of 3 here down on the Plains. Gorgeous ballpark here, Hitchcock Field at Plainsman Park. It is just a beautiful setting. You've got War Eagle Stadium back into our left. Just a gorgeous setting for college athletics, and the Huskers are excited to get after it here this weekend. We'll step aside for our first break. When we come back, we'll hear a conversation with Nebraska head coach Will Bolt. That's coming up next on the Huskers Radio Network.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
RE/MAX is the official real estate partner of Nebraska Athletics, and we understand there's a number for everything: square footage, down payment, interest rates. But how do you measure the trust you have in your agent? For a RE/MAX agent, it's not about numbers on a contract. It's being a trusted RE/MAX agent. That means you'll get honest advice, expert guidance, and someone who's committed to your success. Because while numbers count, trust is what truly matters. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Nebraska Athletics. Each office independently owned and operated.
Once a year, a rhythm thunders across the countryside. It can't be tamed. It can only be driven. It's Ford Truck Month. Let's ride. These trucks, they haul, tow, and conquer everything in their path. So hold on tight and drive the Stampede.
The Stampede is running at your Midwest Ford dealers. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash on Super Duty.
Get to Ford Truck Month.
Nebraskans are choosing chiropractic for better health. Why chiropractic? Because it's safe, drug-free, and a cost-effective treatment option for back and joint pain. Plus, all generations can benefit from natural chiropractic care. Choose chiropractic first for pain relief or to improve your mobility, athletic performance, or overall wellness. Make chiropractic your first choice for better health and find a chiropractic physician near you at nebraskachiropractic.org. Get your life back with chiropractic.
Welcome back to Auburn. Today, the Huskers and the Tigers open up a 3-game series down here in the state of Alabama. Coach, obviously, last night hoping to get out here and get the boys running around on the field. Of course, it rains the second we land, but still able to get here, get a workout. I know they got here this morning to work out as well. How's it been, since touching down and getting these boys ready for another competitive series?
Yeah, obviously it's been a little rainy since we've been here. It looks like the rain's kind of pushed out of here. It should be a beautiful night. We got in the cages a couple times. Got a chance to kind of walk around the outfield. It's a little bit of a quirky outfield with a tall wall and left. Kind of the way the vantage points are in this ballpark's a little different as well. But we were able to kind of play some catch on the field, not do a whole lot else other than that, and take BP in the cages.
There typically isn't a lot of wasted minutes when you guys are out here doing BP and infield work. But what's the importance on a landscape like this? We were talking last night. We've seen the high walls like this, but nothing that's probably going to play quite like that. And then the dimension out to left center. Yeah,
we walked and talked through all that stuff this morning. Actually, before we left, you couldn't really replicate it back home, but walked through it a little bit this morning. So it'd be good to be able to just see some balls off the bat in this park and balls coming at the baseballs coming at them off the bat live in the infield, see how fast the grass is, stuff that we're going to find out here in about an hour.
How was the response from the team on Monday when they woke up after obviously a huge Sunday against Florida State and the level of play isn't going to fall off any?
Yeah, I think it was just good to kind of get back together on Tuesday. We had kind of a 20-25 minute conversation, open forum about what we've learned in the first 2 weeks about our team, and I can tell you the confidence is there, just like it's been there all year. Understanding maybe how we left some things out there for the 2 games, and also knowing that we didn't play our best and felt like we should have won. So, and then Sunday's game, I think that was exactly what we expected to do. We weren't going to, crown them because of what their number said in front of their name and who they were in the prestige. Very much respect their program and what they do. But felt like if we played our game that we would turn out on the right side of it. And that's just going to be exactly the same this weekend. I mean, these guys are very well coached. They're a very balanced lineup. Their pitching is elite. But we just go play our game. We can't start thinking about too many things about what they do. Have to just do what we do, and a little different set of circumstances as well, having a home crowd, playing a traditional 3-game series.
More conversation with Coach Bolt coming up next on the Huskers Radio Network.
Nothing goes better with Huskers sports than Fairbury. Fairbury, premium quality hot dogs deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. The highest quality beef, pork, and natural spices give you the best tasting hot dog and your hometown favorite Big Red hot dog. Look for Fairbury hot dogs all year long at your local grocery store. Fairbury, the official hot dog of the Huskers and Nebraska fans everywhere.
The color red means something to us. It means tough, ready, and powerful. It means our standards are high, and we expect the highest level of performance on and in the field. So while the Huskers are getting it done on the football field, you can count on Massey Ferguson tractors to get it done in your field. With its seamless CVT transmission and efficient AGCO-powered engine, you'll keep charging down the field all season long. Check out the full line of Massey Ferguson equipment at Osceola Implement in Osceola and True Ag and Turf in Falls City, Columbus, and Osmond.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Want to boost Nebraska's economy and help the planet? It's as easy as filling up your tank. Switch to soy-based biodiesel to cut greenhouse gases by up to 74% and support biodiesel growth.
I'm Greg Anderson, a farmer near Newman Grove, Nebraska, and biodiesel has transformed our farm. It cuts emissions, raises the cetane number, and improves fuel lubricity.
So ask for biodiesel where you fill up. It benefits our air, economy, and Nebraska soybean farmers. Nebraska soybeans, feeding, fueling, and innovating for the future.
Tonight, the Huskers and Tigers for game 1 of the series, put the ball back in the hand of Ty Horn. What's been your evaluation of him through 2 starts? I mean, ultimately, what you want out of your Friday guy is a chance to win every time he's out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's made pitches to get off the field. Probably cost himself some pitches by not finishing a couple innings, but still didn't give up the runs. But He's been good. I mean, it's been really 3 pitches. The changeup's been good. The slider, I'd say, has been a little hit and miss from where it was last year. But the fastball, I think we've seen, even though the velo is maybe just a little bit higher than what it was last year, he's getting more swing and miss on the fastball. He's doing a good job of staying behind the fastball and getting a little carry at the top of the zone.
On the other end of things, you guys are going to see a pretty big-time arm tonight. What's been the scout on him, and how are you going to get these guys prepared during BP for the arm they're going to see?
Yeah, he's another left-hander. I mean, we've seen a lot of them to start this year and a lot of really, really good ones, this one being no different. He's got an interesting fastball profile. It's kind of a low release point from kind of his height. It's just the action of the fastball is a little different than what you typically see. He's beat some people up with the fastball this year, so we really need to do a good job of kind of taking that away from him early. We talked about some things that we could do to adjust to that before the game even starts, so we're not having to talk about it in the 3rd inning. But just being ready to hit. It's no walks and 20 strikeouts on the year. He's going to be around the zone. Coach Thompson's teams, just like Coach Childress preaches, they're going to be in the zone and they don't want to give up free passes. So there's going to be some pitches to hit. We need to make sure we're on time.
People that listen to us hear us talk all the time about matchups, a lot of left on left, right on right. How would you say your lefties have held up with all the left-handed pitching they've seen, especially with the differences in stuff, so to speak, from what they've seen from them? Yeah,
I mean, we've had a little bit of success in there with some good swings and some good barrels, and I've seen, we've challenged them, throughout the weeks, just knowing that we're going to face these lefties with off-angle, BP on the machine and our iPitch machine where we can kind of sequence the different pitches to kind of simulate. We've seen some guys make some adjustments, and that's what we're going to need. I mean, the starter has actually reverse splits. He's tougher against righties because he's got that tunnel, the glove side fastball with the slider combination that can be a lot tougher to right-handed hitters. So, our lefties just need to hang in there, and they'll get rewarded with a short porch and left if they just stick their nose on the ball.
All right, what's our lineup looking like tonight?
Yeah, Mac Moyer's going to lead off in center field, Bucks at second base, Sanderson at first, Overbeek at third, Carey at short, Kitchens is going to DH, Jeski's in left, Budenbeck's in right, and Wordley's catching.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you.
Coach Bolt here with us on the pregame. We got more coming up. Stay with us from the Plains. This is Big Red Baseball.
Nothing ruins a good game like a plumbing curveball. Whether it's a clogged drain, leaky water heater, or a sump pump quitting at the worst time, John Henry's is here with service professionals who explain your options and get it done right. From quick repairs to full replacements, we protect your home and your weekend. Proud to be an official partner of Husker Baseball. Make the easy call to John Henry's today.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing.
And electrical.
Lease the 2025 Cadillac Lyriq Luxury 3 for $699 a month for 24 months and 10,000 miles per year. Or receive up to $8,000 in savings on the 2025 Cadillac XT5 Luxury. Shop Woodhouse Cadillac today. With approved credit, tax title license extra. First payment $299 doc fee due at signing. Subject to current rebates and inventory. Stock number KK250401 is courtesy transportation vehicle with 2,649 miles. Stock number KK250527 is courtesy transportation vehicle with 1,323 miles. Offer expires March 31st, 2026. See dealer for details.
Just like D1 athletes, farmers view each growing season as a new opportunity. Aurora Cooperative is committed to elevating the success of our members every season. Rooted in our core mission, we provide top-notch products, services, and expertise. Our strong work ethic mirrors that of the Huskers, driving success. Choose Aurora Cooperative, your partner in elevating agriculture. Go Big Red!
When First Dakota National Bank created Dakota Mac in 1993, we knew we could offer ag producers something few other banks dared to. Long-term, fixed-rate loans for ag real estate refinances and purchases. Today, we go by Landera, and we provide the same great service and even more banking options to help your operation thrive for generations to come. Banking evolves. Trust endures. Landera, a division of First Dakota National Bank.
Welcome back inside the Acres Broadcast Center. I'm Camden Cohn. Before we get to tonight's lineups for the Huskers and Tigers, let's first take a quick look at a Nebraska Lottery scoreboard update. Let's start with some other games from within the Big Ten today. Earlier today, UTSA improved to 8-1 with a 6-5 win over Ohio State. In 10 innings, Illinois got the win over Michigan State in a non-conference game by a score of 5-4. They're in the top of the 9th right now. Western Kentucky leads Indiana 4-1. In the bottom of the 7th, it's number 1 UCLA leading number 20 Tennessee 11-5. In the bottom of the 7th, Purdue leads Marist 9-3. In the top of the 6th, it's all number 5 Georgia Tech as they lead Northwestern 17-3. In the bottom of the 8th, Wagner trails Maryland by a score of 9-8 as the Terps look to improve to 5-4. Penn State looking to get their 3rd win of the season. They lead Indiana State 3-1, but that's just in the top of the 2nd. In the bottom of the 1st, East Carolina already has a 1-0 lead over Rutgers today. Coming up in just a little bit, Alabama faces off with Iowa, as well as Kansas and Minnesota. Washington hosts San Diego State later tonight. Arizona, just 1-7, plays host to Oregon. Michigan takes on San Diego, and USC takes on Cal Poly later tonight. Elsewhere around the country, in the ACC, Notre Dame defeated Alabama A&M 19-2. Wake Forest defeated Loyola Marymount 12-2. Virginia got a 5-3 win over VCU. Louisville a 16-2 win over Central Michigan. Elsewhere around the country, later tonight, number 10 Florida takes on number 17 Miami. Our scoreboard update was brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery. It's the Nebraska Lottery's Cash Blast promotion. Buy a 2x2 ticket and enter the voucher number by March 24th for a chance at $5,000 or $500. Your prize is doubled if your winning voucher is from a 7-day draw ticket. 2x2 top prize odds 1 in 105,000. We're going to step aside for a break, but after the break, Kyle Crooks will have starting lineups. And then will be time for first pitch from Plainsman Park after this on the Huskers Radio Network.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor, Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24-monthly bill credits. Eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credits stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Every acre on your operation tells a story, but are you seeing what's beyond the surface? With Acre Intelligence, powered by Tyrannus, Central Valley Ag can help you spot threats and protect your yields before it's too late. Contact your local CVA agronomist today and put the power of Acre Intelligence to work on your operation. Our planet is hungry. Together, we feed it. Central Valley Ag, the official co-op of Husker Nation.
Hey, Nebraska fans. I know you'd do anything for a win and an ice cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. A win isn't a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles, or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Does your business need quick, competitive financing for heavy machinery, trucks, or other equipment? Currency is here to help. Whether you're financing construction equipment, farm equipment, trucks, trailers, or any other big-ticket item, Currency will automatically find the best rates. Currency facilitates loans for up to $500,000 with repayment terms up to 72 months. It's fast, easy, and free to use. Visit GoCurrency.com and apply today.
When second's making a play, short's got to cover.
A winning insurance strategy doesn't rely on one person.
Good hustle,
Two things: communicate with your guys and make sure everyone's in the right coverage. It takes a team that knows its roles well, working together to provide an exceptional experience.
Set the screen. You have to protect yourself. 1, 2, 3, Wildcat!
At Shelter Insurance, you can count on our local agents and award-winning customer service to help you protect what matters most.
See Shelter agents Craig Kerr, Jeff Bond, or Matt Moorhead in Lincoln today.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
Back here at the Plains of Auburn, Hitchcock Field at Plainsman Park. Capacity just over 7,000. I'm Kyle Crooks. Ben McLaughlin will have the call of this 3-game series, Nebraska and Auburn. Now it's time to take a look at tonight's starting lineups. First for the visiting Nebraska Cornhuskers. Both head coaches are doing the plate meeting at the current moment, Will Bolt and Butch Thompson. And we'll take you through Will Bolt's starting on in his 7th season. 174, 129, and 1 is his record. Mac Moyer is back in that leadoff spot. He will play in center field. 7 of his first 16. We mentioned that high on base in the pregame show. Jet Buck will hit second and play at second. 4-14 to start his year with 3 doubles. Case Sanderson batting from the left side will hit third and play at first base. Joshua Overbeek, the switch hitting third baseman, will clean up as a team best 5 doubles this year. Dylan Carey, what a start to the year for the Huskers shortstop. He'll bat 5th, hitting .455, 3 homers and 12 runs driven in. Homers and RBI, both a team best, and average as well. Again, just over .450 for the Huskers shortstop. Batting 6th, and the DH is Cole Kitchens, hitting .250 on the young season. Will Jeske always has a lot of energy. The left fielder will bat 7th. .348 hitter is Jeske to start the year. Max Butenbach is back in the lineup. The right fielder will bat 8th. And Jeter Worthley does the catching. He will hit 9th in Will Bolt's lineup. Moyer, Buck, Sanderson, Overbeek, Carey, Kitchens, Jeske, Butenbach, and Worthley for the Huskers, who are 4-3, having won their last game in Arlington, Texas. Meanwhile, for the Auburn Tigers, led by Butch Thompson in his 11th season, 331, 234, and 1. They are 7-1 to start their campaign. They have won 4 consecutive games. They had a perfect trip out to Arlington to that same event the Huskers flew in from last week. Bristol Carter will lead off and play in center field. Hot start to the year for him, 435. He has wheels, 6 of 6 in stolen bags this season. Chase Freilich is the catcher, and he will bat second. Eric Guevara, the third baseman, will bat third. He has 3 doubles this year. That is good for a team best. Bub Terrell, he has some pop. The left fielder will clean up. Ethan Bigeman, a young star for this Auburn team. The first baseman will bat 5th. He's 8 of his first 20 to start the year. Chris Rembert dealt with an ankle injury. He is back in the lineup. He will not play the field today. He is the DH. And he is just 2 of 6 to start the year. Not a whole lot of opportunities with that ankle injury. He'll bat 6. Batting 7th, Mason McCrane is in right field. Hitting 8th is his brother, Brandon. Brandon McCrane will bat 8th and play at second base. Ryan Barber, the shortstop, will hit 9th. It's Carter, Freilich, Guevara, Terrell, Bingaman, Rembert, McCrane again, and Barber for the Auburn Tigers. Again, a 7-1 record. Now it's time for today's pitching preview, led by, for the Huskers on Friday night, it will be Ty Horn, who's looking for his first winning decision on the season. 1.86 ERA for the Husker Friday night starter. And Ben had a chance to catch up with Rob Childress to get his thoughts on Tyner here tonight.
Well, they're playing very well. Auburn went 3-0 last week in the same tournament we were in, although we didn't play one another, and they won a close game on Wednesday night. And they get Chris Rembert back tonight, who is arguably one of their best hitters, and they'll hit him in the 6-hole in DH. But I think there's a lot of holes up and down the lineup. If he can execute pitches, get the fastball to his glove side, and the breaking ball in on the lefties and the changeup down, I think he's got a chance to be very successful tonight, get us right in the middle of the fight, and give us a shot to win.
That's tonight's Nebraska Corn pitching preview. Nebraska roots run deep where tradition and community thrive. Discover the stories behind our state's rich heritage at IamNebraskaCorn.com. Tonight's umpires, Chavero January behind home, Mark Winters at first, Michael Snover is at second, and Zach Neff is at third. The lights continue to pulsate here at Hitchcock Field as the video presentation for the intro for the Auburn Tigers. You have probably a couple of frats out in right center field beyond what is a unique ballpark with a 30-foot wall out in left field as the Auburn Tigers take the field, and in with the call of the first inning and more here this weekend, the voice of Husker baseball, Ben McLaughlin.
Thank you, Casey. Appreciate that. Tigers have taken the field, as Kyle just told you, and taking the mound for Auburn is sophomore lefty Jake Marciano. Got to get this one underway. A couple of minutes past the 6 o'clock hour in the Central Time Zone. Temperature here on the Plains, 62 degrees. Wind gently blowing out of the southwest, 2 to 6 miles an hour. Our time and temp report brought to you by Cornerstone Bank, committed to providing you game-changing solutions for your financial needs. Bank on a solid foundation. Cornerstone Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. The visiting Huskers will occupy the first base dugout. The home Tigers in the third base dugout. Huskers rocking their red tops, gray pants, white script Nebraska across the chest, white numerals on the back, gray pants, red piping on the side, high red socks as the baseball uniform was designed to be worn, red hats, white end on the front. The home Tigers, interesting look for them in their home navy tops and navy pants. Hard to tell if it's navy socks as well. All the pants down to the ankles for the Auburn Tigers. White script Auburn across the chest, white numerals on the back, white nameplates on the back, orange numbers on the fronts. They've got the navy lids with the AU logo stamped on the front. All natural playing surface here on the Plains. However, the warning tracks are turf, and you have about 2 feet of turf going all the way down from the skin of the infield to the foul poles on both sides. And, of course, as Kyle told you, the War Eagle wall in left field stands about 30 feet tall. And the Plains patio, as they call it, occupied by patrons on top. And you've got the SEC flags behind the patrons in this one. Mac Moyer set to lead off for the Cornhuskers, the junior center fielder, batting .438. Again, Chavero January calling our balls and strikes here tonight. I'm glad you've dialed us up here on the Huskers Radio Network for some college baseball. It's Nebraska and number 7, Auburn. The lefty Jake Marciano ready for his third start. As Kyle told you, 1-0 and nearly spotless ERA, 0.82. And the former Virginia Tech Hokies left-handed pitcher, 20 strikeouts, 0 walks. Left-on-left matchup for Moyer and Marciano, and we're ready to lock horns here on the Plains. Marciano will work from the windup and deals the first pitch of the ball game, and it's just misses outside for a ball. 1-0 to Moyer. Fastball at 90 miles an hour from the southpaw. Third baseman Guevara at the cutout at third. The 1-0 pitch. Moyer swings and chops one foul that way over toward Lance Harvell. Hands on hips just beyond the third base coaching box. Coach Sirianni again keeping an eye on things at first. Moyer, Buck, Sanderson, the trio for the Huskers, due up here in the top of the first against the 7th-ranked Tigers. 1-1 on Moyer. The pitch is on its way, and it's taken just a bit outside for ball 2. There's the first slider from Marciano. Auburn 3-0 last weekend down in Arlington at Globe Life. And they took a 9th-inning rally to beat West Georgia here on Wednesday. The 2-1 pitch to Moyer. That's hit on the ground toward short, charging to his left. Farmer bobbles, picks it up, and Moyer safe. So an E6 to start the game. Moyer reaches base yet again, this time on the E6. Not the easiest play in the world, but one Farber tells you he probably makes 9 out of 10 times.
That's the 6th fielding error for Auburn this year, and 3 of them have come from their shortstop, Farber. But that's one you got to have, glove side.
Now that sets the table for Jet Buck, right-handed hitter. Marciano throws back to first to chase back Moyer, who's in standing. Mack on the year, 1 out of 1 in stolen bases. Buck, .414 with the average. He has hits in all 7 games as a Cornhusker. He went 4 for 12 last weekend. Marciano's first pitch, Jet takes upstairs for a ball at 90, 1-0. Buck a righty against the lefty Marciano. You heard Bolt tell us in the pregame. However, Marciano has reverse splits. He's tougher on righties than he is lefties. Here's the pitch. Buck swings and misses. He's tardy on a heater. It's 1-1. Buck's average sitting at .414 entering this plate appearance. No score, just underway in the top of the first. Decent lead for Moyer over at first base. Marciano throws that way. Moyer in standing. Marciano transferred again over from Virginia Tech. From the stretch, he works all the way on the third base side of the rubber. So he's really going to try and work that inner half on right-handed hitters. Marciano holds at the belt. Looks over to first. Now the pitch. Buck again late on a fastball. This one was elevated. And the count 1-2 on the Huskers second baseman. Plenty of people still finding their seats, and it's nearly a packed house here at Hitchcock Field at Plainsman Park. Here's the pitch. Buck laid off a fastball up that time. He thought about it and thought better of it. Count level, 2-2. This is an Auburn pitching staff that is going to fill up the strike zone. They do not issue very many free passes. Huskers are going to have to earn everything in the box this weekend. Marciano ready. Here it is. Another pitch that just missed upstairs. That was the changeup, and it's now full on Buck. Jet chokes up a little bit on his blue, black, and red bat. Moyer, good lead from first. Marciano comes set. Here's the payoff. Strike 3 call. Nailed the top of the zone with a fastball. You couldn't have placed the 3-2 in a better spot. And it was clear, the scouting report on Buck. Elevated pitches. And it's a strikeout looking, and there's one gone. That'll bring in Case Sanderson. Sandy coming in, hitting .360. He cooled off a bit in Texas, just a 2-for-11 weekend. But as we know, he was on fire down in the desert. Left-on-left matchup. Again, a move over to first. Marciano tests every bit of that 45-degree angle with his pickoff move. Moyer has been in standing all 3 times. Here's the pitch. Inside, nearly brushed the leg of Sandy. It's 1-0. Huskers interplay this weekend at 4-3, fresh off that thumping of nationally ranked Florida State on Sunday. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Off speed. Again, touches the top of the zone. That was more of a curveball to Sanderson. We've seen the slider. The change. He's operating with 4 pitches. The 1-1. Sprayed off to the left and out of play. A ball and 2 strikes. First ever meeting between Nebraska and Auburn here this weekend in college baseball. Moyer, a good lead from first. There's the pitch. Up and out. Moyer bluffed a move. Don't know that he got a jump that he was looking for, so he held off, and it's now squared up at the count with Sanderson at 2-2. Rivera, the third baseman, playing off the line at third. The pitch, there goes Moyer. The pitch is cued off the end of the bat. It's spinning on the turf in foul territory. Rolls right over the cursive script Auburn script out in front of the third base dugout. So Moyer will head back to first. Sanderson on a very hittable pitch, just able to get a piece of it on that third base side. Sandy with that open stance from the left side. Moyer again a healthy lead from first. Marciano set. Here's the pitch. Check swing fouled in the net off to the left. Another elevated fastball.
B-Mac, somebody better go check on those burgers out there in the left field corner. Those things are steaming out there.
They like it well done, I heard. Here's the pitch. Upstairs again. Another full count. So the Huskers have made Marciano work a little bit through the first 3 hitters. Well, I can tell you, Those burgers ain't going to have nothing on the barbecue that Jared Meister and I put down at lunch today.
I saw it.
Instead of the 3-2, we're going to have a slow move to first. I don't think I need to eat again tonight.
We can dive deep into what both of you ordered throughout the game.
Luscious Southern barbecue this afternoon. 3-2 on Sanderson. Here's the pitch. Here's Moyer again. It's another called third strike, and Moyer is absolutely hosed by 3 steps at second base. Another elevated pitch. Marciano just hammering the top of the strike zone, and the Huskers having a hard time getting the bat off their shoulders. So no runs, no hits. There was an error, but the strike him out, throw him out, double play ends the Huskers in the top of the first. After a half inning, Nebraska 0, Auburn coming to bat on the Huskers Radio Network.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Nighttime here at Auburn, game 1 of this 3-game weekend series, Auburn and Nebraska. We have no score heading to the home first as Ty Horn goes through his warm-up tosses. Leadoff man reaching for the Huskers, fails to bloom after that E6. Back-to-back strikeouts, a strike him out, throw him out, double play ends the inning. And now it's to the right-hander to start off his stay at Auburn.
Ty enters no record to his credit. This will be his third start, ERA of 1.86. His last start against Louisville a week ago, 5 innings, 5 hits, a lone tally. He walked 2, struck out 5, threw 80 pitches against the Louisville Cardinals. Defense behind him, Jeske in the trickiest spot defensively here in this ballpark in left. Moyer in center, Butenbach in right. Overbeek at the hot corner. Dylan Carey manning the shortstop position. Buck at second, Sanderson at first. Jeter Worthley doing the catching for the Huskers. Horn winds and deals the first pitch, and that's sprayed to the right, headed out of play. 93 miles an hour on the first offering from Ty Horn. His first chore is a big one. Bristol Carter, a junior at 435. And a big right-handed stick for the Auburn Tigers. Heads his hands right above his head and takes this one a bit outside with a slider. 1-1. Bristol Carter was the most outstanding player in the Classic down in Arlington a week ago. Horns 1-1. Chopped on the ground right into the palm of one of the Auburn players in that third base dugout. And a curtain call for the crowd. I love the sarcasm. 46. Who is that guy? Saxon Roberts.
It's a baseball name right there.
Nicely done, dude. Here's the 1-2 from Horn. Fastball up. 93. Carter takes it. 6 for 11 a week ago for Bristol Carter. A crisp 435 batting average. Horn operates from the windup. The 2-2. Again, sprayed off to the right, not a play. Boy, he is up there hacking and nodding his head on Horn. Bristol Carter feels like he's got a beat on number 2. We're going to be talking about left field a lot over the next 3 games with the way this ballpark plays. The 2-2 just down. Not a bad spot at all from Horn there. It missed by an inch. And now it's full. Pretty good AB churned in here by the Tiger leadoff man. Horn's payoff. Strike 3 called. Beautiful slider picked off. Carter, who had flipped his bat. Now he's having a 2-way conversation with Javero January, the home plate umpire. Trackman had that as a strike. Big pitch there from Horn to win that AB.
As the kids say, TrackMan don't lie. It's the upper portion of the zone. That definitely is a strike. And if, Mr. January's being graded right now, it's A+.
Now, don't tell that to Bristol Carter. Now the left-handed hitting Chase Freilich. He's the catcher. Boy, what a stick here for Auburn. First pitch misses way upstairs, ball one. Freilich at a flat 500 to start the year. 15 hits, that leads the club. He's got a double, a triple, and 2 bombs on the year. This pitch is a bender in there for a strike. 1-1. Ty mixing and matching very well early. Pull side shift put on for this big left-handed batter. Here's a pitch. Just fouled straight into the screen. Big cut there on the changeup. Buck, the second baseman, a few Shaquille O'Neal strides out into the right field grass. Carey almost behind the bag at short. Now he's going to cheat back to his normal position. Here's the 1-2. Burned a fastball right by him. Strike 3. Horn with 2 strikeouts to start his night. Oh, that had some zip on it.
Yeah. Really lively fastball right now. The slider is working. So far, so good for Ty Horn. They're going to need his absolute best against this lineup.
Now Eric Guevara from Panama stands in. Another right-handed stick, way open stance. He swings at the first one and pops up mile high, headed toward the upper tank here at Hitchcock Field. 0-1. Balmy night here in the state of Alabama, about 60 degrees. Jared wished he brought a jacket. Horn ready for the 0-1. It's pitch. That's cued on the ground to short. Carey, a couple of steps to his left, picks it up, throws, out at first, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Ty Horn. And the Tigers go down in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left after 1 complete here on the Plains. Scoreless between Nebraska and 7th-ranked Auburn. This is Big Red Baseball.
Does your business need quick, competitive financing for heavy machinery, trucks, or other equipment? Currency is here to help. Whether you're financing construction equipment, farm equipment, trucks, trailers, or any other big-ticket item, Currency will automatically find the best rates. Currency facilitates loans for up to $500,000 with repayment terms up to 72 months. It's fast, easy, and free to use. Visit GoCurrency.com and apply today.
Feel like you're always on the run? Me too. As an independent financial professional, I help all kinds of busy people. Young families planning for college, couples working toward retirement, people securing their legacy. Wherever you are in life, Emeritus can help you get more out of life with insurance, employee benefits, and financial services. You're moving fast. Let's help make sure you're on the path to a fulfilling life. Find your next step at Emeritus.com. Insurance products issued by Emeritus Life Insurance Corp.
Fans, hands on the wheel, head in the game. The driver has one job, to drive. This message from the NDOT Highway Safety Office. Kyle and Ben with you here at Auburn. First of 3 scoreless game as we are through 113 pitches for Ty Horn in the bottom of the first. 9 for strikes. He struck out 2. He is cruising. Now on the flip side for the offense. Had one on that was quickly erased on a strike him out, throw him out double play. And now you have the heart of the lineup, 4, 5, and 6 here in the second.
Overbeek, Carey, and Kitchens. Second crack against Jake Marciano, who was absolutely spectacular against the K-State Wildcats a week ago. He had the purple bats and knots all day, allowing just 2 hits in 6 innings, no runs. Struck out 8. Overbeek stands in. The first pitch of the inning is an off-speed that catches a piece of the inside corner, 0-1. Overbeek batting .393, 8-game hitting streak going back to last season. That was the game that ended his season against the Oregon Ducks in the semifinal of the Big Ten tournament. The 0-1 pitch, hit him. No worse for the wear there. I think the elbow guard did its job. Overbeek trots on down to first, and a very rare free pass for Jake Marciano. That is his first hit batter of the year.
It's very rare you get a leadoff guy against this pitching staff, but now you have to find a way to cash in. 2 straight innings you've had the leadoff guy on.
Who better to help that cause than Dylan Carey? What a weekend down in the state of Texas. If it wasn't for Bristol Carter, he might have claimed most outstanding player last week. Takes first pitch fastball in the inside corner here, 0-1. DC a week ago, 6 hits and 13 at-bats. 4 of those 6 hits for extra bases, highlighted by the 2 home runs, the 1 inside the park home run. Another move to first, Beek back standing with that black cleat on the white bag. No score, top of the second, Huskers and Tigers. Marciano pauses, leg kick in the pitch. Laid on a fastball carry. Fastball's not going to blow you away with velocity. He's topped out at 91, but 2,300 spin rate. And Coach Bolt told us the arm angle and the delivery is funky. The fastball really kind of tunnels up, and it's a little deceptive. The 0-2. That's fouled straight to the netting. All ricochets between the mound and home plate. Huskers did coax Marciano into 2 3-2 counts in the first, but he was able to win both with backwards Ks against Buck and Sanderson. Marciano set in the pitch. Carey thinks he got hit. He threw his bat to first, made it a third of the way to first base. He's being called back by Alvaro January. Immediately, Will Bolt out of the dugout. Carey is adamant that it hit his sleeve. And we're going to have a Husker challenge. I have no shot to see this TV above me, so I'm going to let Kyle Crooks' expertise tell me what he's seeing on the replay.
Just waiting for this replay. I believe Dylan Carey 100 out of 100 times, so that's a start. I might be biased, though.
Dylan is.
All right, here's the review. I think there is a bit of a deflection there. There's a closer up view here. Again, it's got to be clear and conclusive because it hit that N on that. You're not going to get a whole lot there on the first base side camera that they just showed.
What?
Jared's nodding his head saying that it's conclusive.
I don't know if we can trust that.
I think the best shot would be the center field camera that shows a little bit of a redirection of the ball. Is it conclusive enough? I'm not going to put all my chips in the center of the table to say this is going to get overturned.
I do love Dylan Carey. Don't get me wrong. Been around the kid a lot for 4 years. But as competitive he is, he would take a piece of your checkerboard off the board if you looked away if you guys were playing. So
I'll let him know you said that.
I'll tell him myself. I carried his cleats to the ballpark yesterday, so he owes me one.
Yeah, they're showing it on the video board out in left center as well. I think worthy of a challenge, though, Ben.
Especially, here's the deal. This early, he's not pleading his case to Will Bolt unless he's certain that
you don't want to burn one here in the second inning if you're not sure. I think the longer this review takes, perhaps the better case Nebraska has.
I would agree.
It's going to get overturned.
Yeah, I would agree. The longer this goes, I think it favors Nebraska. No score. We're in the top of the second. Overbeek led off the inning by getting plunked in the elbow. You probably heard it hit the elbow guard back in Lincoln, so there was no question on if Overbeek got hit. Much more in doubt, and we've got our answer.
After review, the ball did not hit the bat.
Carey is being called back to the dugout, the batter's box. So the Huskers are down a challenge in just the second inning. So tough break there for the Huskers. Ball one on Dylan Carey. He's down in the count 1-2. Overbeek stuck at first base. So Dylan's going to have to get his mind back in this at-bat here. Marciano's 1-2. Swing and a miss. Change up down on the shins of DC, who frustrated how that at-bat ended. Already the third strikeout for Marciano. This is an Auburn pitching staff that has 10 strikeouts in all but one of their games so far this year. They strike out hitters at a ridiculous rate. And now Cole Kitchens. Stands in with one on and one out. The first pitch, half-hearted swing and a miss on the changeup. Well, you've really seen him flip that pitch out here in the second inning. Kitchens back in his neck of the woods. He's from the state of Arkansas, so if geography serves, I believe that's right next door, at least in one direction. The 0-1. Inside corner. Boy, he is putting on a pitching clinic right now. Changing pitches, eye levels, sides of the plate. And now Kitchens in an 0-2 hole. Pitch. Foul straight back to the screen. It was headed our way had there not been any protective netting. Thankfully, there is. Speaking of the netting, it goes almost all the way down to both foul poles, protecting the patrons here at the park. Overbeek springs off the bag at first. The pitch. That's hit sharply on the ground to second, bobbling it for a moment. The flip to short for one. No relay throw to get Kitchens. That ball ate up McCrane. It was hit on a line at 94 miles an hour, so it was hit well. McCrane tried to field it up in the bread basket. Kitchens did well to get good barrel on it. It's really the first hard hit ball from the Huskers, and now with 2 outs in the inning, Will Jeske comes to the plate.
I think they thought they probably should at least throw him to first to try and turn 2. I think they didn't realize they had a little bit more time to double up Cole Kitchens even after the bobble.
That's a good call. I agree. I think Farber completely misinterpreted how much time he had. So Jeske with 2 outs swings the first pitch and hits a mile-high pop-up into center. Carter backing up a few steps, camps underneath, and squeezes head high for the final out of the inning. So the Huskers, in their first 2 innings, get the leadoff man aboard, once on an error, once on a walk, and can't get a man to second base. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left through an inning and a half here at Auburn. No score between the Huskers and the 7th-ranked Tigers on the Huskers Radio Network.
Being a Nebraska fan doesn't stop when the game ends. It's every day, all day, home or away. This is Kyle Crooks, the voice of the Huskers, telling you to level up with the new Husker Visa debit card, free with any FNBO checking account. Be one who lives it, one who proves it. Every time you pay with the Husker Visa debit card, only at FNBO, the bank of Husker Nation. Get yours today at FNBO.com/Huskers. One for the fans, one for you. Member FDIC.
The work is dirty and sometimes dangerous. It's the kind that can break your body, and if you let it, your spirit. But while there may be better ways to make a living, you won't convince me there's a better way to live. I'm a Nebraska corn farmer, and there's nothing else I would rather be.
Brought to you by the Nebraska Corn Board.
No score here in Auburn as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Fans having the right insurance coverage can be a game changer. Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com for your auto, home, and life insurance. Also, for all your office needs, think Eeks office supplies, janitorial and cleaning supplies, copiers and printers, technology solutions, and furniture. Visit Eeks.com for more. Huskers again put the leadoff man aboard, could not score, and Ty Horn goes back to work.
Horn, 4, 5, and 6 in front of him, starting with Bub Terrell. He is the hero from Wednesday. Line drive single to left field, walked it off for the Auburn Tigers against West Georgia here on Wednesday night. Horn's first pitch of the second inning is a breaking ball, misses inside, ball 1. Kyle told you pregame, 4 returners for Auburn with over 40 ribbies, this guy being one of them. This pitch misses just outside, it's 2-0. Batted a flat 300 for Auburn last year. The 2-0 pitch, that's chopped off the gear. Got a shin guard of either Worthley or January, and it's 2 balls and a strike. January being the name of the umpire for just joining us. Horn holds his glove at his waist. Takes a deep breath before starting the windup for the 2-1. Here it is. Half-hearted swing and a miss. They had to appeal it for some reason. Even my eyes could have seen that one go around. It's 2-2. Overbeek way off the line at third base. Horns 2-2. Good pitch, just down and in. Didn't miss by much. It's a good spot, but it's full on Terrell. Terrell batting .371. Second on the team in hits entering tonight. The payoff. Breaking ball, nubbed right back to the mound. Horn has it on 2 hops, and he casually underhand flips to first for the out. Terrell had slipped on his way to first base. So that was a very routine play for Horn, and he's able to get the out. Now our first look at big hitting freshman Ethan Bingaman. Freshman clobbered 2 home runs down in Arlington last week, and his power was on display. He takes a first pitch fastball right at the knees at 93, 0-1. Bingaman really starting to get heated up at the dish. Freshman from California. There's the first hat pop off of the night for Ty Horn on that 93-mile-an-hour heater. If you took the overs, you won.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of that in Arlington.
And in Arizona, and...
Yeah, I'm a new admirer to the Ty Horn hat effect.
No, it'll wear out quick. The 1-1. There's a good breaking ball in for strike 2. Need to get Yeti and tape measure on that dome of horns and make sure that hat actually fits. The 1-2. Fastball up on cue. Hat to the dirt. Much to the chagrin of the head groundskeeper here at Auburn.
That's a whole thing in the pregame.
It turned into one, didn't it?
Rosin, infield grass,
unbelievable
situation.
Couldn't believe it. Could not believe his eyes that the Huskers, Jalen Wordley, would throw a rosin bag on his grass on the infield. 2-2 on Bingaman. The pitch from Horn. Fastball, strike 3 called. Paints the outside corner with a brush. Third strikeout for Ty. They'll pick the lid off the ground and put it on again, but he'll have some time as Chris Rembert back in the box, and he's going to get a nice applause here from the home crowd. Every once in a while I get one right. He had a very nasty looking injury out at second base, and he swings and misses on a heater at 93. Obviously a little jumpy in the box. Against Youngstown State in the opening weekend, I saw the replay, and it looked awful. It looked almost like a season-ending injury. This pitch misses down and away, 1-1. And he misses just over a week before back in the lineup. He's in the DH role in his debut against the Huskers. This pitch is a slider that misses out, 2-1. Rembert is a highly touted college baseball player coming into the year. Preseason first-team All-American. Swings and misses on a changeup. He was way out in front, 2-2. That pitch caught a lot of the plate, but he was way out in front of it. Ty ready to work at 2-2 with nobody on and 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him swinging on a pitch down at his ankles. Horn, 2 strikeouts in the first, 2 here in the second for a clean inning. Tigers down in order. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. Bunch of zeros on the board through 2. Scoreless as we go to the third. This is Big Red Baseball.
It's baseball season in Nebraska, and whether you're headed to the ballpark or watching from your couch, you deserve a home that feels like a win. John Henry's keeps you comfortable with expert heating and cooling, plus trusted plumbing and electrical service. From tune-ups to full replacements, we make it easy, fast, and done right the first time. Proud to be an official partner of Husker Baseball. Make the easy call to John Henry's today.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air.
And electrical.
Being a a Nebraska fan doesn't stop when the game ends. It's every day, all day, home or away. This is Kyle Crooks, the voice of the Huskers, telling you to level up with the new Husker Visa debit card, free with any FNBO checking account. Be one who lives it, one who proves it. Every time you pay with the Husker Visa debit card, only at FNBO, the bank of Husker Nation. Get yours today at FNBO.com/Huskers. One for the fans, one for you. Member FDIC.
All your truck, SUV, and electric vehicle needs. Speaking of electric, Ty Horn, 4 strikeouts through 2 innings, scoreless as we reach the third. And here to take the mic for us, here is Kyle Crooks.
All right, thank you, Ben. About 63 degrees at first pitch, but kind of feels like I'm starting to feel like a fall evening in a sense. It's getting chilly quick.
Well, you still got that Florida blood in you.
I know. I'm getting a little better.
Yeah.
But it kind of is a little chilly now. Max Butenbach will hit lefty swinger in a scoreless top of the third inning. Jake Marciano, the lefty extreme first base side. His first is ripped a little high. Misses it for ball 1 at 89. No wind to speak of today. The American flag out in right center. That's about as still as it can get. Above those fans, students out in right center. A 1-0 is clocked in a line. Shallow center field coming in as Carter. That drops in for a base hit. That's the first knock for the Huskers. Comes from the number 8 batter, Max Butenbach. His 5th hit of the year. Been scuffling a bit, coming in hitting .222. Now for a 3rd consecutive inning. The Big Red have their leadoff man on.
And what do they want to do here, Kyle? That being the case, do you want to maybe bunt Worthley here? Do you let the freshman swing away? Will Bolt's got a choice to make.
So it brings in Jeter Worthley in the 9 spot in a scoreless top of the third. Runner at first, the lefty Marciano. Now from the third base side, creeping in at third. They shorten, and Worthley pulls back, takes inside. So Auburn expecting Worthley to possibly lay one down. Eric Guevara, the third baseman, he has 2 white cleats firmly on that infield grass. And the pitch. Nabs that outside corner on a fastball. Again, Marciano's stuff, it's not going to blow you away. It's not overpowering. But boy, he knows how to pitch. 3 strikeouts already. And he's had a commanding start to a new year. Worthley back in. Even stance righty. The next bunt is shoved down first base side. Marciano off the mound. Fields on the infield grass. Twirls and fires at first for the out. That goes 1-3. Sacrifice successful for the number 9 batter, Jeter Worthley. Moves Butenbach down to second. 1 gone now in the third.
Obviously the thinking there, right? Get the guy to second base, but it's your second look at him. So the hope is Moyer or Buck can make a few adjustments here, get a base hit, and get the Huskers' first run.
Turns the lineup over now to Mac Moyer, reached on an E6. He was caught stealing to end any threat possibly in the top of the first. Butenbach leads off second. Left on left. First pitch slung in. Beautiful off speed at 77. Moyer out in front for strike 1. Scarlet tops tonight with the gray pants, the scarlet helmets for the Huskers. First of 3 games here on the plains of Auburn. First ever meeting. Marciano, belt tie set with a black glove in 0-1. Slings in another off-speed, tails a little bit low and out. Count evens out at 1-1. Auburn, they've won 4 straight heading into tonight, have won 7 of their first 8 games. The lefty unleashes home. Moyer swings, spoils one foul off to the left over that netting that Ben detailed earlier that extends all the way around this ballpark. All the way down to the foul poles, that 30-foot high wall that reads in a little bit darker type War Eagle out in left. Butenbach off second and a scoreless top of the third. 1-2 offering. Swinging a bouncing ball, slowly bounds along first just to his foul, was gloved by Bingaman, but in foul ground. And for Auburn's resume to start the year, they had a head-scratching loss to say the least. They lost 8-0 to Cincinnati. That day, their staff gave up 14 hits, 7 earned runs, gave up 4 doubles in their lone loss. Picked up steam in Arlington. Moyer digs back in on a 1-2. Changeup is lined into left field, and that tails towards Terrell, makes the catch, throws to second. They do not double off. Butenbach was a little bit too much off of second after that catch was made by Terrell on that swerving line drive to left. He scurries back headlong safely. So now there's 2 gone of the inning.
That's part of the adjustment Nebraska's going to have to make, Kyle. With that 315 distance to left field, left fielder's playing a lot shallower than you're used to. So balls like that normally have a chance to drop. Not here.
Brings in now the power hitting second baseman, Jet Buck. Runner leads off second. No score, top of the third. Left on right, that's uppercut in the air. Foul ground right side over is Bingaman, the first baseman. Staggered steps, he dropped it along the sidewall. That is not an easy catch. Looking up into clear skies here tonight in Auburn, Alabama. Bingaman going back to his left, reaching out that glove, had staggered steps at the last second, and then off the webbing would land foul as he was about inches away from the sidewall. So it's 0-1 to Jet Buck, who struck out looking on a full count pitch his first time. Marciano, the lefty, downhill with the 1-strike pitch. Swing and miss. Elevates a fastball at 91. And they count quickly 0-2.
They're hammering that pitch on Jet through 2 ABs. He's going to have to adjust.
Coach Bolt in the pregame mentioning that fastball has that upward movement. 2-strike pitch. Cut on a miss. Same pitch, same result at 91. Jet Buck strikes out for the second time today. 4th K for the lefty, Jake Marciano, the Friday night starter for the Auburn Tigers. Leadoff single. That does not net any runs. Butenbach left at second. In the inning, no runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We're now middle of 3 here at Hitchcock Field at Plainsman Park. No score. Nebraska and Auburn on the Huskers Radio Network.
Nebraskans are choosing chiropractic for better health. Why chiropractic? Because it's safe, drug-free, and a cost-effective treatment option for back and joint pain. Plus, all generations can benefit from natural chiropractic care. Choose chiropractic first for pain relief or to improve your mobility, athletic performance, or overall wellness. Make chiropractic your first choice for better health and find a chiropractic physician near you at nebraskachiropractic.org. Get your life back with chiropractic.
Being a Nebraska fan doesn't stop when the game ends. It's every day, all day, home or away. This is Kyle Crooks, the voice of the Huskers, telling you to level up with the new Husker Visa debit card, free with any FNBO checking account. Be one who lives it, one who proves it. Every time you pay with the Husker Visa debit card, only at FNBO, the bank of Husker Nation. Get yours today at FNBO.com/Huskers. One for the fans, one for you. Member FDIC.
Nothing goes better with Husker sports than Fairbury. Fairbury premium quality hot dogs deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Fairbury, the official hot dog of Husker Nation. Huskers 0 for 3 on taking advantage of the leadoff man getting on base, and now Horn, another chore here in the bottom of the third to keep this thing where it's at.
Will be Mason McCrane to lead off here for Auburn. 7-8-9 against Ty Horn, who has looked fantastic. Those 4 strikeouts. Big, tall, power, left-handed hitter. Freshman Mason McCrane. His brother's on deck. How cool is that? Right on left. First pitch unleashed home. Slider misses in.
Think they had any competitive wiffle ball going on in their backyard?
I'd say so. How many teams in the country have brothers batting back-to-back? 1-0 out in front, cuts and misses. Pitch at 85 from Ty Horn.
I'm wondering what Mom and Dad McCrane went through in window repair.
1-1. Swing and a hard hit line drive into right field, base hit. Mason McCrane rips a single to right field. That is the first hit for the Auburn Tigers, so both teams getting in the hit column for the first time here in the third inning. We have no score as we play in the home third, and it's Mason's brother, Brandon. Now comes to the plate, getting the start at second base. We mentioned Chris Rembert, who's the DH tonight. He's their everyday second baseman coming back from that ankle injury, what you would call maybe a half day off playing that DH spot. So it's Brandon McCrane who gets the start at second. Right-handed hitter has an open stance. His brother leads off first. Ty Horn from the stretch, slider misses low and away. His brother Brandon, not as big as his brother Mason. Brandon at 6'3", 184. Mason at 6'6". They could use him across the street at Neville Arena. Ty Horn sets first base side underneath the belt on a 1-0. Caught on a miss. Runner takes off. Throw down. Nobody's covering. Dylan Carey, Jet Buck were both late. It was Buck who was the one to make the catch in back of second. Nobody got to the bag. Stolen base for Mason McCrane, his first.
Auburn got a big break there, Kyle. Brandon was poured over home plate after that swing. Jeter had to operate around him. I can't believe interference was not called there.
And no interference. So now 1-1 count. Runner leads off second here in the bottom of the third. Horn checks that runner. Long stare, let's fly. Fastball high and away at 92. Had 7, 8, and 9 coming into this inning. Taking a look at the replay, the hitter took a step out in front of home plate, forcing Worthley to readjust to his right. To a vacant second base is where the throw went. Horns 2-1. McCrane swings, taps one foul along third, bounds towards the top step.
I think that's a teaching moment for Jeter. As you said, he operated around the hitter. You don't have to do that. You go straight, and if he hits him, he's out. And so I think that's a teaching moment. You know, like you said, he almost had to throw that sidearm to get it down there.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Brandon McCrane. Downhill, low and away. Peel down to first, he did not go. Says first base umpire Mark Winters. And the count now full 3-2. Brandon McCrane had multiple hits in the midweek in that heart-thumping win over West Georgia. In walk-off fashion, a pair of stolen bases earns the start tonight. On a payoff pitch, swing and a rocket shot line foul first base side over the head of the Huskers on the top step. These dugouts that are essentially field level, they're not really dug out into the ground. A little bit different of a look. There's a lot of different quirks to this ballpark, but it's a gem. Runner leads off second, a scoreless third pitch. Swinging a high chopper to third on the short hop, bounds off the glove of Overbeek. Underhand shovel to a covering Carey, and Mason McCrane slides in safely to third base. Overbeek could not pick that high trampoliner on the infield grass on the second bound. So with that, everybody will reach. Now first and third, still nobody out in the bottom of the third inning. It will be an E5. First error on Overbeek this year. And now that brings in Ryan Barber, the number 9 batter.
And Rob Childress out to come talk with Ty. That was a really aggressive play from Mason McCrane to take third. That play happening right in front of him, but still, that was a gamble to try to take third there. And it's a gamble that paid off. And now Horn in some hot water here in the bottom of the third.
You thought maybe Carey would be able to beat him to the bag with that aggressive push to third on that ground ball. Overbeek saw that. Would field it on the second bound off the initial deflection off his glove, and then the underhand shovel to third was well late to get Mason McCrane. So the McCrane brothers get on. Corner Horn, and Rob Childress goes out for an early conversation. Now you have a 182 hitter at the plate, and a switch hitting shortstop in Ryan Barber on the horizon is the top of the lineup, still with nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning as we play with no score. An ominous moment here for the Huskers, and you have Adele playing over the public address. Almost matches the moment.
Yeah, almost lower the heart rate a little bit.
Switch hitting shortstop, batting from the left side is Ryan Barber. Ty Horn, first base side left leg kick. First offering, twists over that inside corner for his strike, a slider. Single and an E5 has put runners at the corners here for the Auburn Tigers, who have won 4 straight entering tonight. Twist and throw to first. Snap tag is late. Brandon McCrane back headlong. He has 4 stolen bases this year. He is perfect in stolen attempts. He calls for time.
Well, we know Ty has the best pickoff move on the team. His quick feet. He's gotten a few of those over the course of his career. I've never seen so much groundwork happening.
Horn went to pitch. He still doesn't know time is called.
Well, the home plate umpire is signaling ready for play, so this isn't on tie.
Yeah, Brandon McCrane wasn't back at the bag yet. First and third base umpires were going ballistic. 0-1 count here to Ryan Farber. Twist and throw to first. Back headlong again. And safely is McCrane. Pitch. Bunt shoved down. Was that caught by Worthley? No, they say it hit the dirt in that batter's circle. Bunt was popped up, angled off third base side, and Worthley trying to flip that glove over, make the catch. Could not.
And that would have been a huge catch because they had McCrane at first, dead to rights, because he took off on the pitch.
Massive. Instead, it's 0-2 to Farber. Pitch up high at a fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, on deck is Bristol Carter, top of the Auburn lineup that has come in hitting .311 as a collective group. Carey playing up the middle at short, throw over to first again. Back headlong is Brandon McCrane. Third time they've checked on him. Ryan Farber at home plate. He's a junior from Texas State, one of the transfers brought into this program. Horns 1-2. Slider misses in. Snapped it off a little too much, and it's 2-2.
Try to get that slider underneath Farber, get him to chase at it, but he held off. Now you got to go get him.
Runners at the corners, no score, bottom 3. On a 2-2. Swinging a ball, Scott in the air, center field. Playable for Moyer to his right, should get a run in. Makes the grab. Mason McCrane tags from third. The throw is cut off at second. And the Auburn Tigers score the opening run of the weekend. Sac fly from Ryan Farber, his second RBI of the year. Brings in Mason McCrane, and the Auburn Tigers take a 1-0 lead in the home third. So in that situation, you exchange a run for an out. And Horn has one in that out column now. Runner at first for Bristol Carter, top of the lineup. First pitch, he shortens, lays down a bunt in front of home. Ty Horn slips on the infield grass, throws from his backside. It's wide of first.
He better be okay.
Ty Horn is still now on all fours as he would field out in front of home plate on the infield grass. He's waving off the trainer. We're going to check on him just in case. Spent a second on all fours. Tanner Fowler out there in a moment's notice just to check on Ty Horn. Rained yesterday, but the tarp was on the field. And it seems like Ty Horn is okay. Well, forcing the issue now are the Auburn Tigers with first and second now. Chase Freilich to the plate. And the Tigers a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the third inning. Starting to hit the dangerous part of this lineup. Right on left. Twist and a look over to second. And on the disengagement, just lofts it to Dylan Carey at second base. Freilich struck out his first time. And the first offering. Blowing inside on a slider.
This is where you need your secondary stuff, Kyle. You can't just rely on a fastball. You got to get a changeup down, hopefully ground ball to an infielder here.
Carey pinched up the middle and back of second at short. Horn checks and fires. 1-0, tap foul that hit the instep of Chase Freilich. He does a hop, skip, and a jump to try and walk it off. Has a shin guard on that front right leg.
Kind of like that. I mean, the only bummer is they tapped it off of his foot. This is what separates Friday night guys from the rest. You have to be able to locate your off-speed pitch and pitch yourself out of jams like this. And you can't just rely on the heater to do so.
Taking on preseason All-SEC Chase Freilich. It's on the second team in the preseason. What is a competitive league, to say the least? Runners off first and second. Horn long, stare again. Twist and throw to second. And back headlong goes Brandon McCrane. Run in the inning. Sac fly from Ryan Farber has made it a 1-0 Tiger lead. Both teams getting their first hit in this inning. Lefty Fralick back in. Pitch, fastball, inside corner for a strike. Went to the old reliable for strike 2.
And if you're going to throw a heater, what better place to put it than right there?
Fralick has hit in 11 consecutive games. Bat over that back left shoulder, 1-2. Fastball in the dirt, Worthley smothers, runners stay put. And it's 2-2. Fralick, 12 hits and 26 ABs in that 3-game set in Arlington. 8 runs driven in, a couple of home runs. 2-2 plateward. Slider misses low and in, smothered by Worthley. Again, runners stay put. Well done by Jeter. And a full slide to his right to keep it in front of him. Or else could be staring at second and third with 1 out. So with that, a full count pitch is on its way. Here in the bottom of the third. Pitch. Just steers inside. That bender missed off the inner half, and now that loads the bases. So the full count pitch misses, and now a runner on every base for Eric Guevara. This is when you want a nice little 6-4-3 double play, and a couple of those in Arlington. Guevara hitting .333. Meanwhile, time is called. It looks like Jeter Worthley is cupping his ear. Don't think that pitch comm communication is working as Rob Childress comes out with the clipboard. 1-0 Auburn leads, bottom of the third inning. There's 1 out, but bases are juiced. Brandon McCrane at third, Bristol Carter at second, Chase Fralick at first. Outfield swung to the right. The offering on a fastball goes all the way to that brick backstop, and on a bound goes right back to Jeter Worthley. Yeah, everybody stays put.
Sorry there, Kyle. He gets crossed up, and it's lucky that it missed the gear. Goodness. Because that was 93, and he was expecting off speed. And yeah, great to point out that it's a brick backstop here, and there's not a lot of space between home and the brick.
We saw the pitch comm issues prior to the pitch. 1-0. Swinging a ground ball, slices past Overbeek in the left field. That'll bring in a run as McCrane scores. Carter around third. Throw is cut off. 2-run single for Eric Guevara. He now has 5 driven in this year. And it's 3-0 Auburn here in the bottom of the third inning.
That one just got too much of the play. Change up, center cut, 106 off the bat. Nothing Overbeek could do. Now the name of the game is limit the damage.
Third hit in this inning for Auburn. Think back to how big that E5 was earlier in this frame. Here's now Bub Terrell, lefty swinger. Big hack and a miss, held on to by Worthley on the foul tip. 0-1. Runners now at first and second. Still just 1 out. 0-1 to the plate. Fastball inside. Jeff Buck is playing in short right field, the second baseman. Outfield is straight up, and Dylan Carey's playing just to the left of second base. Overbeek, even with the bag, well off the line at third. Red jersey top, Ty Horn fires home, swing, and a ball parachuted deep down the left field line, twisting and turning, and that just lands foul in that left field corner right in front of the shadows of that 30-foot high wall. And 3:15 down the line, runners retreat back to first and second. Will Jeske was sprinting towards that corner. He has a big task in front of him this weekend. Some retired numbers also painted on that wall out in left field, including the big hurt, Frank Thomas. 3-0 Auburn here in the bottom of the third, a 1-2. Terrell swings and rips one through the left side, base hit. That area was vacant. Rounding third is Chase Freilich. Throw on a relay goes to third. Carey wasn't expecting it, run scores. As Jeski's throw went into third and Carey wasn't even looking for it. It bounced towards the foul area where Overbeek just picks it up. Meanwhile, RBI single for Bub Terrell. It's now 4 in the frame, and the Tigers lead 4-0.
And only a matter of time now before the reinforcements get called to right field. And some barrels from the Auburn bats here in the inning. One of the hits was unfortunate with the bunt right back to Horn when he slipped and fell. And there go the bodies to the pen. But some mistakes from Ty with 2 strikes and some good hitting from Auburn. And that's a crooked number up there on the board.
Ground ball was right to straight up short. Dillon was playing up the middle. With that RBI single for Bub Terrell, he's now driven in 8 this year. 4 runs on 4 hits here in the bottom of the third. Still 1 out. As you have Huskers continuing to sprint towards that right field bullpen area. And getting warm very, very fast. Nobody has started throwing yet, just currently stretching. And it's Ethan Bingaman, the right-handed hitting freshman, takes the first pitch fastball high. It was such a promising start through 2 as Ty Horn had struck out 4. 1-0. Drops in down center for strike 1. We knew this tough task coming into this weekend against number 7 in the country. Runners lead off first and second. 1-1, handcuffs Bingaman, takes it high. 2 balls and a strike. Ethan Bingaman, very high recruit. Redlands, California, awaits the next, swings and powers one in the air, playable right field. Max Butenbach makes the catch well in front of the track. Tagging from second is Guevara. The throw comes into the bag at second. Runner moves up 90 feet, so a productive out for Ethan Bingaman, but does present 2 away. Runners at the corners. Now for Chris Rember. 4-0 Auburn Tigers lead. Just joining us, you missed a lot here in this inning. 4 runs on 4 hits for Auburn. Here's righty hitting Chris Rember. First one is laced to second, leaping catch by Jet Buck, who was pinched up the middle. First pitch slider was hammered on a line drive to second, and Buck makes the catch in the inning. 4 runs on 4 hits, 1 error, and 2 left on base. Huskers have some work to do through 3. Auburn 4, Nebraska nothing. This is Big Red Baseball.
In Nebraska, the good life means mornings that wait for you. A porch swing or a skyline view. Work that matters and time that's yours. Neighbors who wave. Hey there. Stars you can almost touch. A mortgage that makes sense. More space, more time, more life. Nebraska, the good life is calling. Are you ready to answer? Learn more about living in Nebraska at www.thegoodlifeiscalling.com.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
Fans, 1 in every 3 fatal crashes in Nebraska involves an alcohol-impaired driver. If you drink, don't drive. Impaired driving is deceptively dangerous. From the NDOT Highway Safety Office. Kyle and Ben with you on a Friday night from the plains of Auburn. And the Tigers have a 4-0 lead. 4 runs on 4 hits in the bottom of the third inning. Ty Horn ran into all sorts of trouble. And it started with 7, 8, and 9 in the lineup. Leadoff single from the number 7 batter, and E5 really started to snowball the inning. Auburn did leave 2 in the frame. Here's now Case Sanderson, lefty hitting first baseman against the lefty Jake Marciano. First pitch slung in, fastball strike at 89. Sanderson struck out looking his first time to the plate in the first, part of a 1-2-3 top of the first inning. 0-1 downhill from the tall lefty. Out in front, curveball. Sanderson waves through it, strike 2. Sanderson was the first end of a strike him out, throw him out double play to end that first inning. Against the lefty, former Virginia Tech Hokie. Fans that black glove in front of that stair to home plate, twirls and fires. Slings it outside, ball 1. One of the big gets out of the transfer portal for Butch Thompson in his 11th season as head coach of the Auburn Tigers. Chest high set. Sanderson is ready, and a 1-2. Checked his swing. Fastball is just a little bit out. Peel down to third. Zach Neff, third base umpire, says that Sanderson did not go. Levels off the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Marciano's from Bayville, New Jersey. That's South Jersey. To us Jerseyites. 2-2. That bounces in off the catcher. And Chase Fralick to the backstop on a curveball. Count full. They swing the infield to the right for the lefty hitting Sanderson. Ryan Farber, the shortstop, just to the left of second. Third baseman Guevara well off the line. Payoff pitch coming. Swinging a crack line drive right into that shift. Knocked down by Farber in back of second. Can't pick it up. And Sanderson will reach at what should be an infield hit. So Sanderson has his 10th knock of the year again for the Huskers. They have a leadoff base runner on. They are now here in the top of the 4th inning. Have another opportunity. 4 of 4 with runners on to lead off an inning. They've done it in different ways. Second consecutive leadoff single from this lineup. Down 4-0 now in the top of the 4th inning. Brings in Joshua Overby. Cleanup hitting third baseman. The lefty's first, blazes low south of the knees. Fastball in the high 80s. Mentioned Marciano, high 80s, low 90s on that fastball. Slider, curve, and change. Pitched to a 6+ ERA in his lone season with the Hokies. From the stretch and a throw over to first. Back headlong is Sanderson. Auburn a 4-0 lead here in the top of the 4th inning. This is where you could just start to chip away. Plenty of time, plenty of baseball here on this Friday night. Outfield swung to the right for the right-handed hitter. Pitch. Checked his swing on a slider, takes low and in, 2-0. I think what's remarkable about Marciano and this entire Auburn staff, Ben went through it, the walk-to-strikeout ratio. It's been one of the best in the country. Marciano was no walks to 20 strikeouts coming in. Here he deals a 2-0. Fastball swung through. Overbeek went to a bent back knee on that big, heavy hack, 2-1. He was aiming for that 30-foot high wall. At Fenway Park, their wall is about as high as 36 feet, 30 feet here at Plainsman Park. A 2-1. Zips that outside corner for a strike, sticking to that fastball. To the switch hitting Overby. Back pedals out of that box, adjusting the white batting gloves. Bangs the black cleats. Marciano comes set, runner off first, 2-2. Swing and a ball shoved right side, and that will go foul out of Plainsman Park. Neville Arena's on the other side of the ballpark right behind us. That is the newer home for Auburn basketball. They have Ole Miss tomorrow. It is a busy day on campus here at Auburn University. Sanderson leadoff hit. It's a good leadoff first. 2-2 is a sword. Swings through it on a breaking ball. It goes down on strikes. It was a half-hearted hack from Overby. And that's now the 5th strikeout for the lefty.
Dylan Carey.
So there's one away now for Dylan Carey. Tried to challenge a hit by pitch in his at-bat his first time up in the second. Ended up going down on strikes. Huskers trail 4-0, top four, runner at first. First offering, dips down center for a strike. A curveball drops in for strike one in the mid-70s. Tall 6'3" frame. Jake Marciano from the belt. One strike offering. Fastball is fisted foul behind home plate. Rolls up the screen and back down the screen. For strike two. Dylan Carey had, I could say it, probably one of the highlight plays of an entire season. He had it in weekend two on an inside the park home run in Arlington, Texas, where he had a Superman dive for the final few feet and a 10-1 win over Florida State. 2-strike pitch. Carey takes outside. 77-mile-per-hour breaker, and it's 1-2. Senior from Castle Rock, Colorado. Awaits on a 1-2. Swings and fouls this over our heads and out of play. Much more vocal this year. That's the biggest thing that he wanted to do outside of continue to develop his game. Become more of a vocal improvement. Just a guy who's a winner. Fourth-year starter. 1-2. Swings, bounces one foul. Top step of the third base side dugout where the Tigers are housed. And the all-navy blue uniforms. Remains 1 ball, 2 strikes here with 1 out. In the top of the fourth inning, Auburn in front, 4-0. They had a 4-run bottom of the third inning. Case Sanderson leads off first after a leadoff hit. Pitch. Carey does not load up on a swing, takes high. Another fastball from the lefty. This would be a park for Dylan Carey to get closer to that doubles record. He has 50 in his career. This park just breeds doubles with that big wall. Throw over to first, Sanderson back standing. He's 7 doubles away from becoming the doubles king in Nebraska baseball history. Passing his head coach, Will Bolt. 2-2. That's low. Slider in the basement. Count now full. Amongst active Division I players, he's top 10 in doubles. At bats, games played. This is 184th career game today. Full count pitch. Late swing and miss, blew it right past him. Again, deceptive because of the amount that Marciano has in his arsenal. Carey was clearly looking for something different. It was 90 miles per hour right down center. And back-to-back strikeouts. That is number 6 for Jake Marciano. 4-0 Auburn leads. We play in the top of the fourth inning. Now 2 gone here for Cole Kitchens, who bounced into a fielder's choice his last time. Case Sanderson off first after a leadoff hit. First pitch. Swing and a high fly ball left field. Terrell goes back to the high wall, and that's off the 30-foot wall. Rounding third, coming in to score is Sanderson. An RBI double for Cole Kitchens. And the Huskers on the board here in the top of the fourth inning. And for Cole Kitchens, 9th ribby of the year, his 3rd double. That's the Secure Care hit of the game. That was quite the hit. Cole Kitchens, he's going to need a chiropractor. To find a chiropractic physician in Nebraska, visit nebraskachiropractic.org. Terrell was playing possum of sorts. Was going back nonchalantly in front of that 335 marker on that 30-foot high wall. And it went off about halfway up that tall wall. Scoring easily was Sanderson from first. And the Huskers now trail 4-1. Here's now Will Jeske. Takes the first pitch high from Jake Marciano. That's away Cole Kitchens to get things rocking and rolling here for the Huskers. And Sanderson was on his horse. Pitch. Outside. That gets away from the catcher. Taking off is Kitchens, showcasing those wheels down to third. It was a pitch that went in and out of the glove of Freilich. Rolled away towards the Husker on deck circle first base side. So it puts a runner at the doorstep. Not sure. Marciano looked back at his back foot. Not sure if his foot got stuck on the release. And now we'll have a meeting on the mound.
So pass ball there. This would behoove Nebraska to find a way to get another run in, cut this lead in half. But a big swing there from Kitchens with 2 outs to at least keep Nebraska in the fight. See if Jeske can come through with a 2-out knock here.
And this is an area, especially in that opening weekend, you and Nick were there in Arizona, 2 outs. Situational moments like this were big opening weekend, and moments in Arlington, Texas. Jeske's 0 for 1. He has a runner at third in Kitchens. Heads down to third on the pass ball. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs in the frame. Marciano deals. Well out in front. Boy, that was a nasty breaker. That was a Bugs Bunny-like off speed.
Jeske's going to hear about that one later. Well out in front is putting it nicely. He almost fell down.
And that's why that 90-mile-per-hour fastball feels like 100 right now at times. 2-1. Jeske again out in front, nicks it into the glove. A big looping curve at 76. 2 balls, 2 strikes. As you go back to it now for a third consecutive time. Leadoff single from Sanderson. He comes around to score on the RBI double from Cole Kitchens. Makes it a 4-1 game in the top of the 4th. Deuce is wild, a 2-2 with 2 gone. Check swing to Jeske go around. He did not. On a breaking ball again, so they go to it for a third consecutive time. Freilich, the catcher, was hopping up and down, thinking Jeske went around. Instead, it's a full count.
The way Jeske's picking the ball up out of the hand, I'd throw it again.
I think he held up. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And the pitch. Crack foul on the ground, third base side, went back to it again. The breaker at 76.
And a good adjustment from Ski there. He's still out in front, but now you're at least putting Marciano maybe back on fastball here at 3-2. You got to be ready to heat. Don't get beat by the heater here.
On deck would be Max Butenbach here on the top of the 4th inning. Another payoff with 2 gone, runner at third. Here it is. Swing and a hot shot. Deep left field. Terrell goes back. Track. Wall. This one is off the wall. The deep triangle in left center field. Jeske's into second with a ribby double. And the Huskers right back in it. It's now 4-2 here in the top of the 4th inning. Boy, he hit it to the absolute worst spot to get it out of this ballpark.
I was just about to say he couldn't have pulled that, 15 more feet. And that's clearing the porch in left. But yeah, he just didn't quite get enough of it, but a big swing there with 2 outs and another swing away from Beauty here, making a 1-run game.
How about this response inning now for the Huskers? Now a 4-2 game. Max Butenbach, the left-handed swinger, takes a strike off speed breaker.
How about the AB from Jeske, though?
No doubt.
I mean, we were kind of giving him some trouble about how far out in front. He saw that pitch 3 straight times, forced him to go back to the fastball, and he crushed it.
Jeske leads off second, 0-1. Butenbach, late swing and miss. Foul tips into the glove, 0-2. So the lead cut in half. Auburn scored 4 in the bottom of the 3rd, 2 in the top of the 4th. Back-to-back run-scoring doubles from Kitchens and Jeske. With 2 gone in the inning. 2-strike pitch. Slings it in, rolls past Freilich. The backstop careen back to Freilich, not in time on the throw to third. And Jeske's in headlong. If you're a runner, you have to be aware of that really quick kickback to the catcher. But Jeske was there in plenty of time on a head-first plunge. So that should be it will be a wild pitch.
Yep, wild pitch and a pass ball in the inning.
So deja vu again. 2 outs, runner at third. After a battery mishap, putting a runner 90 feet away. A 1-2 on its way. Butenbach takes strike 3 right down center. That breaking ball at 76. Marciano went to a lot in the frame. Perhaps the Huskers starting to get some momentum at the plate. Does that now transfer to Ty Horn, who jogs out of the dugout on the flip side? He will return when you do. As we head to the bottom of the 4th inning, It's the Auburn Tigers 4, the Nebraska Cornhuskers 2 on the Huskers Radio Network.
Just like D1 athletes, farmers view each growing season as a new opportunity. Aurora Cooperative is committed to elevating the success of our members every season. Rooted in our core mission, we provide top-notch products, services, and expertise. Our strong work ethic mirrors that of the Huskers, driving success. Choose Aurora Cooperative, your partner in elevating agriculture. Go Big Red!
To be a part of Nebraska medicine.
Hi, welcome.
Is to be a part of something extraordinary.
Nebraska Medicine, how may I help you?
Because these are the doors that open doors.
How are you?
To growth and opportunity for each other and for our community.
That went really well.
For those who know that the academic experience,
You know what? I agree.
the life experience that you get here is beyond what you can get anywhere else. And that's exactly why here is where you belong. Join us at nebraskamed.com/careers. Nebraska Medicine. Together, extraordinary.
Nebraska able to cut the Auburn lead in half at 4-2 thanks to back-to-back RBI doubles. And our Blue Cross Blue Shield assist tracker. RBIs this season are sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Nebraska for 85 years. Blue Cross and Blue Shield Nebraska supported the passion and pride of Husker baseball. Blue believes in the Big Red, and Blue believes in you.
Get a couple of runs back. Ben mentioned those back-to-back ribby doubles. And now Ty Horn trying to get some traction after he was dealing. Faced the minimum through the first two with 4 strikeouts. It was a 4-run inning with 4 hits for Auburn that started with 7, 8, and 9. And it's Mason McCrane once again, 7, 8, and 9 here in the bottom of the 4th. First pitch of Bender in for a strike in her half. Mason McCrane coming out of high school, he drew some comparisons to Jack Caglione. The next one, fastball, makes McCrane skip rope. Low and in to the tall lefty. And a lot of it is because of his massive frame.
I thought I'd seen enough of Caglione in Stillwater. I don't really want to see any more of that.
1-1. Fastball right down to shoot 1-2.
And Kyle, important to point out here, the other thing that a couple of swings did for Nebraska is let Ty breathe a little bit.
Sure,
get him back in the fight.
1-2. Slider low and in. McCrane holds up. 2-2. Kind of swings the momentum back. Gives a little energy back to your starting pitcher. Jeff Buck's playing in shallow right field. Dylan Carey, the depths of the dirt up the middle and short. The tall lefty swinger, Mason McCrane. Horn wind and 2-2. Fastball foul back to the mesh. Actually a changeup that time at 85. Very still night here in Auburn, Alabama. Jackets are out for a lot of the fans that are in attendance. Green chairback seating, just about full. Ty Horn, deep breath on a 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got it past him. And a big strikeout for Ty Horn. That's number 5. Gets us started here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
It's kind of the magic number for Ty with strikeouts. Had at least 5 of them in all 3 starts, and this would be big time if Ty could settle down, get another out here, and get Nebraska back in the dugout after that big first out.
Did not have a K in that 3rd inning. Here's now Brandon McCrane of the McCrane duo. Curveball doesn't break off at 79 to the righty bat. 1-0. 4-2 Auburn leads. Huskers getting 2 back in the top of this 4th inning. 1 gone here in the home half. Pitch. Just missed out, boy. I think everybody in this booth wanted that one, but looking at the track man, just a little bit out on that slider. Two balls, no strikes. The native of Salem, Alabama takes the next. Misses low and in. Come the starting second baseman with some injuries. 3-0 is taken high. 4-pitch walk to Brandon McCrane. You look at it, I mean, in their 8 spot, came in hitting .571, 12 of his first 21, so it's not your normal number 8 batter coming into the night. And he walks on 4 pitches, free pass issued by Ty Horn. We did see a plethora of arms sprinting to the bullpen in the 3rd inning, so guys have been getting hot, getting stretched out. Here's now Ryan Farber. Switch hitting from the left side, the shortstop. First pitch. Bends low and in. Ball 1.
Yeah, Ty just needs to start filling it up. You can't start falling behind and walking this part of the lineup. When we turn back over to Bristol Carter on deck, you're setting yourself up for disaster.
Comes from the stretch, first base side. Left leg kick, the pitch. Fastball is rolled over to second. Buck shuffle strides to his left, throws on to first. And that's the second out of the inning. Down to second goes Brandon McCrane. Well, it goes to your point. Fill it up. Get some outs. And now the top of the lineup in Bristol Carter here with 2 gone in the inning. 4-2 Auburn in front. Both teams with 4 hits in this game. Bristol Carter, former ECU Pirate. Pretty tradition-rich college baseball program. Shortens and pops up a bunt first base side that lands foul. Last time Carter was at the plate, he laid down a bunt on the infield grass. Ty Horn would field and then slip, forcing Tanner Fowler, the trainer, to come out and just double check on the righty. Took an awkward spill. He was on all 4s at one point. Runner leads off second here for the Auburn Tigers. On an 0-1 from Horn. Shortens again, pulls back, takes outside on a fastball.
Normally when you're squaring around, it's kind of a show me bunt. But yeah. I think he's actually trying to
bunt for a hit,
consistently get one down.
Case Anderson's playing pretty deep at first. Overbeek inside the bag at third. 1-1 from Ty. A swing and a ground ball into center field. Base hit. Rounding third is McCrane. Fielded out in center by Moyer. Throws cut off by Sanderson in front of the mound. A 2-out ribby single for Bristol Carter. His 7th RBI of the year. It's now 5-2. Auburn leads here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Bristol Carter on the relay throw in. He did an extra dive back to the first base bag just in case. Line that one. Just skip past second base into center. Rob Childress will call for most likely a pitching change here. Looks like he was signaling for a lefty coming out of the pen. Wait for that bullpen gate to swing open out in right field. That will indeed end Ty Horn's night. Runner on first is his responsibility. Just 1 out to get here in the bottom of the 4th inning. RBI single in the frame from Bristol Carter has made it 5-2 Auburn Tigers. We'll tell you about that new Husker arm when you come back here to the Plains on the Huskers Radio Network.
Husker pride isn't just in the stands. It's in the fuel that gets the Big Red to every game. Thanks to Nebraska farmers and the soy checkoff, Husker team buses now run on clean, renewable biodiesel made from Nebraska soybeans. It cuts emissions, supports farmers, and keeps the Husker pride rolling all season long. Biodiesel, fueling the Big Red mile after mile. Brought to you by Nebraska soybean farmers and the soy checkoff.
New pitcher for Nebraska, first time the bullpen is being used here in this series. Left-handed throwing Chase Olson. Chase, been a nice surprise for Nebraska in limited action, 2 1/3. He has a 1-0 record, allowed 2 hits, no runs, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. Opposition hitting .222 against the southpaw Chase Olson. Ty Horn's night is done after 3 2/3, and you cannot yet close the book on him. He is responsible for Carter over at first base.
Yeah, talking with Nick opening weekend, and he pitched, I should say last weekend, about Chase Olson. Has that 5'11" slender frame, but boy, he just really packs a punch. Fills up the strike zone. Will Bolt telling us in the preseason has given the Nebraska hitters all types of fits leading up to the start of the season. Has that smaller frame, but that fastball, slider, change trio for him, the lefty coming out of the bullpen. And for him, will face a left-handed hitter in Chase Fralick. There are 2 gone in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1 run across on an RBI single from Bristol Carter that chases Ty Horn. So trying to close the book here on Horn tonight, and it will be up to the bullpen the rest of the way. Good thing is we've seen the offense is, well, up to the task. After what was a nightmare bottom of the 3rd, responding with 2 runs in the top of the 4th inning against Jake Marciano, a Friday night starter who has not seen a whole lot of blemishes his way. So you have that working for you if you're watching and listening to this game on a Friday night. Olsen going through his warm-up tosses. Tomorrow we'll have a 1:30 start to our coverage. Really excited to see Carson Yassett go back to work. For him, electric stuff and how that plays against this stacked SEC lineup. And then, of course, Gavin Blachowicz on Sunday. It will be Freilich, left-handed hitter. Runner leads off first. That's Bristol Carter. 5'11" lefty. Comes set and a throw over to first. Back standing is Bristol Carter, who's 6 of 6 this year in stolen bases. One stolen bag ready tonight for Auburn came in the third. It's Mason McCrane. First pitch, they have the runner hung up, throw to first, throw down to second, and they got him, picked him off. They had Carter leaning, Chase Olsen with a great move down to first, Sanderson with throw down to second, and the tag applied, the caught stealing ends the frame. But Auburn does get a run back in the inning. RBI single from Bristol Carter with the caught stealing. Nobody left to run on a hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. We're now through 4 here in Auburn, Alabama. The Tigers 5 and the Huskers 2. This is Big Red Baseball.
Born with power. Tested by time. It's Ford Truck Month. Woo! And this is Ford F-150. Part of that series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years straight. Hop in and drive the Stampede.
Get $6,750 cash or 0 for 60 with 0 down and no payments for 90 days, plus $1,000 cash on F-150.
Get to Ford Truck Month.
To be a part of Nebraska medicine
Hi, welcome.
is to be a part of something extraordinary.
Nebraska Medicine, how may I help you?
Because these are the doors that open doors.
How are you?
To growth and opportunity for each other and for our community.
That went really well.
For those who know that the academic experience,
You know what? I agree.
the life experience that you get here is beyond what you can get anywhere else. And that's exactly why here is where you belong. Join us at nebraskamed.com/careers. Nebraska Medicine. Together, extraordinary.
Back here in Auburn, Alabama. For the Tigers, they have a 5-2 lead. Husker Nation travels well with the Lincoln Airport, the official airport of Husker Athletics, with convenient flights and hassle-free service. It's LNK for the win. Visit LincolnAirport.com. Final line on Ty Horn, 3 2/3, 5 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, 2 walks, and 5 Ks. And now back with a play-by-play here in the 5th. Here's Ben.
Thanks, KC. Huskers down 5-2 in the top of the 5th. 9-1-2 due up against Marciano. First pitch supposed to be in a strike off the glove of Freilich, the catcher, to the backstop, 1-0. Jeter dropped down a perfect sack bunt up the first baseline his first trip. No official AB. Marciano, 76 pitches now in his start. The 77th is on the inside corner for a strike at 1-1. Jeter, 3 hits and 19 at-bats on the year. 2 of his 3 hits for extra bases. The 1-1. Jeter swings and fouls one straight back to the netting. He's down in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hittable pitch. Center cut. Warming up for Auburn in their bullpen is Jet Johnston. Their bullpen sits just below that 30-foot wall in left field. An indoor bullpen. We walked around in there last night when the team was here working out. State-of-the-art facility out there. The 1-2 pitch. Jeter swings and misses for strike 3. That is the 8th strikeout for Jake Marciano.
Again, you just look at his other stuff, Ben, and then the fastball. I mean, that time, that was at 89, and you see how behind Jeter was. It just shows how good his other stuff is setting up batters.
Yeah, the high spin rate, it's deceptive, hard to barrel. Back to the top of the order for Mac Moyer, his 3rd chance at Marciano. Mac 0 for 2 officially. Takes first pitch high, 1-0. Reached on the air to start the game, lined out sharply to left field his last time. Huskers trailing 5-2 as we play in the top of the 5th. The 1-0 pitch. Bender catches a piece of the zone. 1-1 now on Moyer, and it's rare Marciano throws the same pitch 2 pitches in a row. Constantly changing speeds on the hitters. The 1-1 off speed that's looped into shallow center. Long run for both Carter and McCrane. Off the glove of Carter, the diving center fielder, and he is writhing in pain in shallow center field. Holding a shoulder, I think. You never want to speculate on an injury, but that was a headlong dive. He's on a knee facing the center field wall back to his feet. The Auburn trainer out there. This is an Auburn team that's been banged up with a few injuries, including their designated hitter, Rembert. It'll be a hit for Moyer, but Auburn could care less about the single. Now the focus is on Bristol Carter, preseason All-American candidate for the Tigers.
He took a really hard spill. The trainer is massaging that right shoulder as he took a really hard spill. Like you said, he was writhing in pain. We have multiple trainers out there. His other outfield mates are over to check on him as well. Butch Thompson making that long walk. That's one of their key members of their lineup. So there's a lot of concern right now for their center fielder. It took a really hard tumble. Probably should have made that catch too. It went off the webbing of his glove in a headlong dive. The sunglasses on his hat also went flying.
They're calling for a pill out in center field to see if he can throw. Obviously, if this was a dislocation or a collarbone, he would not be standing out in center field. So if anything, maybe just feeling some type of nerve even in the shoulder up to through his neck. He is not interested in coming out of the game, so he's going to stay in there. Marciano, meanwhile, throwing on the Auburn bump to keep his left arm loose. So Bristol Carter going to stay in the game. Mac Moyer on at first base. Huskers have a 1-out base runner. We had a situation somewhat similar to this in the regional in Chapel Hill against Oklahoma last year, where their player dislocated a shoulder, went into the dugout, they popped it back in place, and he continued to play. So Carter stays in the game to play center, and Jet Buck eager to get another chance at Marciano. His first 2 trips didn't go so well. First pitch to Buck, and he hammers one down the left field line, but it's twisting foul into the netting. Best swing of the night for Buck. He got around that fastball, but he's down in the count, 0-1. Jet 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, both of them not mistaken on that high fastball, too, so he was sitting on that time.
Marciano holds, and Moyer briefly paused at first before returning back safely to first base. Moyer with a good lead. Marciano to the belt. Here's the pitch. Buck takes down low. Good eye on the change. It's 1-1. Jet hitting .387 in his senior season here at Nebraska. Here's the 1-1. Jet swings and crushes one into the gap in left center. Carter going back. He's on the track. He reaches up to make the catch on the warning track at the deepest part of the yard. Ball smashed off the bat of Buck, but it's allowed out number 2.
I think you'll take that, though, between the pulled foul ball down the left field line and that shot out to center field after the way Jet looked in the first 2 at-bats. Kind of the pop and the liveliness in that swing came back on those 2 swings.
He had a game similar to this against Northeastern, where he was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. In his last 2 at-bats, he was able to get singles in both of them. Now Sanderson hits with 2 outs and a man at first. First pitch home. Sandy takes a bit outside, ball 1. That was the 87th pitch from Marciano. So he is nearing the end of the line unless the coach from UT Arlington enters the building. More on that in a minute. The 1-0. That's a strike on the outside corner. UT Arlington went down to Fayetteville. Baum Walker to take on the Hogs. The pitcher for UT Arlington threw 130 pitches. Tried to get the CG shutty against Arkansas. He came out after 8 2/3, but UT Arlington hung on for the upset. The 1-1. Nice pitch on the inside corner, tied up Sanderson there, and it's now 1-2. Breaking ball at the top of the zone. Sandy going to have to hit with 2 strikes. Marciano comes set. Here's the pitch. Pitch out, nothing doing. And it's 2-2. Not a bad idea from Auburn. I was maybe thinking the same thing. The Huskers might try and steal 90 feet here. Third baseman Guevara way off the line. Here's the pitch. Sanderson swings and misses strike 3. And the first sign of emotion from Marciano after his 9th strikeout gets him through 5. For Nebraska, no runs on a hit, no errors. And a man left. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Auburn in control, 5-2 on the Huskers Radio Network.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Now's the time to save on trucks at Woodhouse Chevy. Lease the 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Custom Crew Cab 4x4 for $399 a month. Or save up to $10,000 off MSRP on retired courtesy 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s when financed through dealer. Woodhouse Chevy. Together, let's drive. With approved credit, tax title license extra, $299 doc fee, do it signing. Retired courtesy loaners, qualifying trade-in of 2011 or newer vehicle. Lease for 39 months, 10,000 miles plus first payment. Finance based on manufacturer rebates. Expires March 31st, 2026. See dealer for details.
It's the Nebraska Lottery's Cash Blast promotion. Buy a 2x2 ticket and enter the voucher number by March 24th for a chance at $5,000 or $500. Your prize is doubled if your winning voucher is from a 7-day draw ticket. 2x2 top prize odds 1 in 105,000. Kyle and Ben back at the ballpark. 5-2 Auburn leads. Chase Olson goes back to work. Biggest thing here, Ben, is you got to find a way, Chase Olson, to keep it right at this 3-run deficit.
That's exactly right. Keep it here. To do so, you're going to have to earn it. However, 2, 3, and 4 due up. Kind of getting to the thunder of this Auburn offense. 5 hits for both teams. But the discrepancy in runs coming on an error and a free pass for the Auburn Tigers. Chase Freilich was at the plate when Bristol Carter was picked off and caught stealing. So left-on-left matchup. Freilich walked and scored in the 3rd. He is 0 for 1 officially. Olson's first pitch right over the heart of the plate. 0-1. Fastball at 89 from Olson. Chase sends it in. Just missed up. Quality spot. And it's 1-1. Olson, not a get off the bus first type of cat. Listed at 5'11", $175, and I think that's generous. The 1-1. Changeup fouled straight back, 1-2. That caught a lot of the plate. Freilich immediately signaling to the dugout. Yeah, saw that. It was a changeup. Playing some mind games with the Husker pitcher.
What do you think they list me at on the broadcast roster?
6'4", 225. Olson stares over that red glove and the 1-2 pitch. Hit him. Rides up and in and got him on the wrist. They're going to appeal the swing. And clearly not a swing. So fastball rides up and in and gets Freilich on the hand. Not where you want to put a 1-2 pitch. And the Tigers get a leadoff base runner.
Those are the moments in the game that just kind of drive you nuts as a coaching staff. And I'm sure Chase Olson, the same, let a Chase Freilich get away in a 2-strike count. I mentioned it's murderer's row of this lineup as well.
Guevara has the biggest swing of the night for Auburn, a 2-run single in the 3rd. First pitch on the way to him. Big cut and miss on the changeup. Apparently he didn't get the memo from Freilich. 0-1. 5-2 Tigers, bottom of the 5th. Guevara, 1 out of 2. Open stance from the right side. Olsen bringing it in. Bouncing for the plate. Good block by Worthley to save 90 feet. Olsen, he's pitched well to this point, but this is still very much a trust-building type of outing for him early in the year. He has earned the right to get the ball second on a Friday night. The 1-1. Rivera squares the bunt, pulls back. The throw to first from Worthley is not in time to get Fralick, who didn't wander too far off the bag. 2-1 now the count on the Tiger third baseman. This Auburn team was the number 4 national seed in the regional play last year. 2-1. Outside, 3-1. This is not the way Olsen wanted to start the inning. Auburn was able to breeze through their home regional. They then hosted Coastal Carolina. Yes, Coastal, the team that made it all the way to the National Championship Series against LSU. Move over to first. Coastal swept the Super Regional here. Olsen down 3 balls and a strike. The pitch. That's cued toward third. Diving stab, Overbeek to his left, throws to second for 1. Relay throw to first is late. But a great play from Overbeek at third. He's able to get the lead runner to second after going to the dive glove side. Ball even, I think, fooled me off the bat. Only left the bat at 86. But a big play from Overbeek and a nice pitch by Olsen. And that's a big first out.
Yeah, that could deny Auburn of what was trending to be a massive inning. Still 2 outs to get, but Overbeek, that was not an easy play.
Now a left-on-left matchup with Bub Terrell, sophomore from the state of Mississippi. Guevara chased back by Olsen. Auburn would gladly trade the speed, I think, Guevara for Fralick. Terrell, an RBI single to left field. His last trip, he's 1 out of 2. Olsen's pitch. This is outside for a ball. 1-0. Again, Terrell, the hero from Wednesday night. I mentioned that regional a moment ago that Auburn swept through to get to the Super Regional. And this pickoff is way low. Good job by Sanderson to keep it in front. Terrell was the MVP of that regional here in Auburn for his efforts. Olsen comes set. Another move to first. A lot of attention being paid over at first base by Olsen to Guevara. Guevara only 2 stolen bases last year, 36 games. Here's the pitch. Just high. 2-0. Chase holds at the letters. The 2-0 pitch. That misses. 3-0. So he was ahead of Fralick, ends up plunking him. And now he's fallen behind the next 2 hitters with Guevara and now Terrell. He was able to pitch himself into an out in his last at-bat, but he's miles behind Terrell here at 3-0. Huskers do have action in the bullpen. The pitch. Automatic strike, 3-1. Terrell, 300 hitter a year ago, ripped 17 doubles and 5 home runs for the Tigers. Another move to first. Much to the displeasure of this Tiger crowd here at Plainsman Park. Olsen comes set. Another move to first. This is getting the crowd into the game. Olsen taking his time to pitch to the preseason member of the All-SEC team, Bub Terrell. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in there. Called strike. Nice pitch. Maybe his best of the inning. Off speed right on that inside corner. Now we'll see if Guevara takes off for the advantage on a 3-2 count with only one out. Olsen brings it home. That's ripped into right center field. That's trouble. Over to try to cut it off is Moyer. He does, and holding at third is Guevara. The ball gets away. Backing up the play is Overbeek to hold the runners at second and third after the double by Terrell. That ball was laced into the right center field gap, and now Olsen's in trouble here in the fifth.
And that relay throw almost got away and brought in that run, and Guevara around third. Skip past the initial cutoff near the infield and went all the way to foul ground along third, and almost Guevara on that errant ball almost came around to score that final 90 feet.
That's going to end the night for Chase Olsen. Not his best effort. And the Huskers have their hands full. Cooper Katsky has emerged out of the bullpen to try to put out this Auburn fire here in the bottom of the fifth. Nebraska soybean pitching change. A Nebraska farm fact: Nebraska soybeans are an innovative alternative to petroleum in many everyday products. We'll give you the background of Cooper Katsky after this brief timeout on the Huskers Radio Network.
Everywhere you look, Nebraska soybeans are making life better in ways you probably wouldn't expect. They're in your car tires, the paint on your walls, and even the firefighting foam that helps keep our communities safe. From motor oil to shoes to asphalt, Nebraska soybeans are driving innovation, replacing petroleum with cleaner, smarter, sustainable solutions. Nebraska soybeans, hard at work all around us. Brought to you by Nebraska soybean farmers and the Soy Checkoff.
Second time this year, we'll see Cooper Katsky comes in, inherits a pair of runners, second and third here for the righty. Former MAC Pitcher of the Year from Miami of Ohio, started his college career at Indiana. Redshirt junior from Greenwood Village, Colorado. First time we saw him was in Arlington on Sunday against Florida State. 2 innings, a hit, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. Did not pitch opening weekend, was under the weather. Came into the year, the thought was he was going to be the Sunday starter. He has some real lively stuff. Remember, last year he started in the bullpen at Miami of Ohio and then eventually worked himself into that starting rotation. So BMAC comes in a huge spot, second and third to try and stop any damage here from Auburn.
Yeah, coming in with the cast iron pan popping with hot grease is Katsky. And not like the Huskers need him to get out. It's already trailing by 3 runs at 5-2. And it's Katsky's job to keep the dam from breaking in the bottom of the fifth. Runs already hard to come by with Marciano. However, he is at 91 pitches. We're both eager to see if he comes back out for the top of the sixth. Jet Johnston, who is their outstanding bridge man. Think of him as their Drew Christo from a year ago. Ready to come in. Katsky scheduled to start the opening weekend in Arizona, but a sickness changed that idea. Kyle told you he was able to pitch a week ago. Huskers are going to have their infield drawn in on the freshman thumper, Ethan Bingaman, who can really swing it. .353 average, clubbing 2 home runs last weekend. And he's got the infield in with second and third and only 1 out. Katsky's first pitch, Bingaman takes a slider off the plate, 1-0. Bingaman from Redlands, California, in a hitter's dream right now. Second and third, 1 out, infield in. The 1-0 pitch, fouled off to the right net of play. Fastball at 92 from Cooper Katsky. Husker outfield playing straight away. 1-1 on Bingaman. Katsky going from the stretch. Kicks and fires. Curveball lands it beautifully on the outside corner. 1-2. That's going to give Bingaman something to think about. And we'll see what Rob Childress wants to dial up here. Miles ahead of Bingaman. Katsky to the belt. Now the 1-2. Curve, swing and a miss. Worthley is going to have to throw to first to complete the strikeout. He finishes it. And a nasty slider from Katsky and a massive second out for the Cornhuskers.
Yeah, how huge was that? That curveball and then going with the slider in the dirt to get one of the best hitters in this lineup. Well, that's massive. You think of the pressure as a guy who, last year, the majority of the year was that starter, had 11 wins, and of course has that bullpen experience, knows what this feels like in this time to come in, inherit a pair of runners, and get a big K.
One big chore left for Katsky. It's Chris Rembert, and what a moment for the designated hitter returning to the lineup for Auburn. Second and third. Katsky's pitch. Slider down. Rembert spin on it. 1-0. The infield can retreat back to their normal position. Rembert in his return is 0 for 2. He scorched a ball to second on a lineout his last time. Katsky holds at the belt. The 1-0. Slider needles the outside corner. A beauty. 1-1. Guevara going ballistic over there at third base, trying to distract Katsky into maybe a balk. One and one the count. Katsky's pitch missed with a fastball. 2-1. Do have a base open, but I don't know that this is intentional from Katsky. McCrane waits on deck. He's 1 for 2. You do have the right-on-right matchup. Katsky ready. Here's the pitch. Slider down into the dirt. 3-1. Cooper clearly pitching carefully to Chris Rembert. Preseason All-American by way of the first team. Many publications coming into this season. Katsky's 3-1 pitch. Slider bends in there. 3-2. Now maybe you come after him. Everyone defensively playing straight away. Second and third, 2 outs, and a 5-2 Auburn lead. Big pitch coming here from Cooper Katsky. Here it is. Fastball, chewed him up, but he was able to foul it back to the screen on a hop. Fastball at 93 at the knees. Hard to imagine a better 3-2 pitch than that. Now what does Rob Childress want to come after Chris Rembert with? Pretty lengthy battle going on at the dish. Here's a big pitch about to be tossed out in this game. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Katsky got him fishing and strands 2 massive Tigers in scoring position to hold this game right where it's at. Katsky comes in, gets a pair of punch-outs with runners at second and third. For the Tigers, no runs. On a hit, no errors. 2 big Tigers left on base after 5 complete. Auburn holds a 5-2 lead as we go to the 6th. This is Big Red Baseball.
Want a real home field advantage? Start with comfort you don't have to think about. John Henry's delivers reliable heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical service with skilled service professionals ready to help. From strange sounds to weak airflow, flickering lights, or slow drains, we'll get your home back in the game. Proud to be an official partner of Husker Baseball. Make the easy call to John Henry's today.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing. Heating and air.
And electrical.
That's my neighbor, Joe. Hey, Joe.
Hey, John.
Joe's about to make a very big mistake. Hey, Joe, I think it might be a good idea to call 811 to have your underground utilities marked before you start digging?
John, that's just for big projects.
Actually, it's for any digging project. Hey, congratulations, Joe. You found your electric line. Remember, safe digging always begins with a free call to 811. You want to borrow my phone, buddy?
Brought to you by Nebraska 811.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
Alongside Kyle Crooks, I'm Ben McLaughlin. The Auburn Tigers have gone to the bullpen to get right-handed throwing Jet Johnston. Johnston, the go-to arm for the Tigers out of the pen, making his third appearance, no record. He's only thrown 5 2/3 at this point, but he's been awesome. 5 hits, a run. It was earned, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. So Johnston is one of the go-to arms out of the pen. Jake Marciano has been advertised tonight. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned. Still spotless in the walk column, which irks me. Had multiple 3-ball counts on Huskers tonight, and he struck out 9 on 91 pitches. 5-2. Huskers in a 3-run hole as we reach the top of the 6th, and as our man, head groundskeeper, expertly throwing some drying agent onto that mound. That gives our Kyle Crooks an extra second to gather his thoughts. Hope you're taking notes, partner.
I am.
Properly take care. Still got the shades on.
You know, my mom can attest to this too. I grew up being fascinated by cutting grass. That was my thing. So I always wanted to be a landscaper growing up. That was like my dream job as a kid.
So if the broadcasting thing didn't work out,
I'd be cutting grass somewhere.
You'd be ripping lawns up in New Jersey.
Suburbia,
probably
New
not
Jersey.
Very many big lawns to take care of up there.
No, there's some neighborhoods that you could find that make a good dollar. This time of year, you're shoveling out of a blizzard.
That's right.
Well, Jet Johnston, who's from Knoxville, Tennessee, he's played for now 2 SEC schools, and one of them's not Tennessee. He's played for Texas A&M and now Auburn. This is his second year here with the Tigers. Had a career high 3 scoreless innings, 3 Ks, and a season debut in the middle game against Youngstown State. Takes on the switch-hitting third baseman Joshua Overbeek. Flips to the left side against the righty Johnston. Downhill from the stretch, a defensive check swing. Fouls it back to the mesh. 5-2 Auburn leads. We now play in the top of the 6th inning. 5 runs on 6 hits, 1 error. Leads 2 runs, 5 hits, and 1 error. Huskers got 2 back in the top of the 4th. And Auburn got 1 back in the bottom half. 1 strike pitch. Fastball clipped into the glove. Held on to by Fralick for strike 2. Beautiful night at the ballpark. We had the grills going early. Out down the left field line, they had a wafting of grill smoke in that left field corner. Fans above that 30-foot high wall in left field. Watch on. 2 strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball, and Overbeek, he got fooled. Half-hearted hack a couple of times there. Goes down on strikes for the second time. And there's 1 gone here in the top of the 6th.
And Auburn keeps the trend up of the double-digit strikeout numbers. They can pitch it.
All but 1 game this year that they have not had double-digit Ks. We've had 112 strikeouts through 9 games, and we're not complete through the 9th yet. Dylan Carey swings at the first pitch, rockets one to left off the end of the bat, and that dies in mid-flight for Bub Terrell. In straightaway left field, first pitch hack, and Carey flies out to the star left fielder Bub Terrell for out number 2. Huskers trailing 5-2, top of the 6th. Looked like that thing had some jolt behind it off the bat, but off the very end of the bat for Dylan, he's 0 for 3 tonight. And 2 gone now for Cole Kitchens. And we'll have Will Bull come out, timeout, offensive timeout.
Gives Cooper Katsky an extra moment to catch his breath. He wasn't exactly in the easiest of situations about 2.5 minutes ago. It's been a quick couple of outs from Jet Johnston, as Auburn would expect out of him. And we'll see if Cole can extend the inning. Undoubtedly probably asked to take at least 1 pitch in this at-bat.
Play here in the top of the 6th. Cole Kitchens, righty bat, stroked a double. That was with 2 outs in the 4th. Pair of back-to-back 2-baggers. Takes the first pitch and does indeed take a pitch. Fastball at 93. Center cut 0-1. Jet Johnston, 6 foot, 200 pounds. Comes from the middle of the rubber. Navy uniforms. 1 strike pitch, late hack and a miss. Dials it up to 94.
Boy, he's got some life on that fastball. That is a heavy ball. And Kitchens is going to need to speed it up a little bit. And that's usually when Johnston snaps the slider.
Trying to work a 1-2-3 sixth. 0-2. There's that slider. Bends out. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's always a nice relief as a hitter when you know it's coming and you know you have to swing and he just loses it a little bit.
Pitch clock reads 7, now 6. Out in straightaway center field. Johnston's pitch. There's that slider. Kitchens swings through it for strike 3. Went right back to it. And strikes out 2 to Johnson in his first inning in relief. 4, 5, and 6 goes down to 1, 2, 3. We're now middle of 6 here on the Plains. Auburn 5, Nebraska 2 on the Huskers Radio Network.
Once a year, a rhythm thunders across the countryside. It can't be tamed. It can only be driven. It's Ford Truck Month. Let's ride. These trucks, they haul, tow, and conquer everything in their path. So hold on tight and drive the Stampede.
The Stampede is running at your Midwest Ford dealers. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash on Super Duty.
Get to Ford Truck Month.
To be a part of Nebraska medicine
Hi, welcome.
is to be a part of something extraordinary.
Nebraska Medicine, how may I help you?
Because these are the doors that open doors.
How are you?
To growth and opportunity for each other and for our community.
That went really well.
For those who know that the academic experience,
You know what? I agree.
the life experience that you get here is beyond what you can get anywhere else. And that's exactly why here is where you belong. Join us at nebraskamed.com/careers. Nebraska Medicine. Together, extraordinary.
Woodhouse has been a trusted partner in your everyday since 1975. Shop for your next vehicle with the home team at Woodhouse, an official auto dealer of Nebraska Athletics. 5-2 Auburn's lead holds. And for Nebraska, really, you go to that third inning and circle it. For the Huskers, just can't allow things like errors and free passes against good teams. They're going to make you pay for it. It's really the only inch Nebraska's given, and Auburn took a mile. We'll see if Katsky can hold it here at 5-2.
Yeah, all things considered, Ben, you're still within striking distance,
Absolutely.
right? And
yeah.
The way things went the last inning, you had that, leadoff base runner on a hit by pitch. Chase Olson, you had a 3-ball count to follow. You're just wondering, okay, this could be a slippery slope. Still just a 5-2 game. Play here in the home 6th. Mason McCrane, I feel like I've called every at-bat in his career. He comes up every time I'm on the mic. Hello, Mason. Tall 6'6" frame. Slight open stance. The tall Katsky has that mustache. Pitch. Curveball drops in inner half for a strike.
He's got some depth, doesn't it?
Oh, it sure
does.
Katsky has a mustache that you envy. Comes set from the stretch with the bases cleared. 0-1 fastball misses inside.
You don't think you could get that if you committed to it?
I think I could. I don't think I want to, though. I think it looks better on him. I don't think I could do the whole mustache thing. It's a big thing in baseball, of course, the mustache. Big thing on this Nebraska team. Katsky unleashes home. Fastball is bounced right back to Katsky. Gloves knee high and jogs it halfway on the underhand flip to get McCrane. Well, that thing was smoked on a one-hopper with that black glove. 1-3 on the putout.
Hardest hit ball of the night, 111. Oof. And it went 60 feet 6 inches. And not because it ran out of steam. That nearly, it's like in Mighty Ducks 2 when the puck left the imprint on the goalie's hand. Hopefully you've seen that movie. And
I have a long time ago. Long time ago.
Well, I've got a 2-year-old that loves hockey, so it's still relevant in our house. But that's what Katsky's hand probably feels like.
Here's now Brandon McCrane, right-handed hitter, 5-2 Auburn, bottom 6. First pitch snaps in there for a strike down center. Me and Nick Hanley last week were in the hotel lobby breakfast watching the gold medal game.
Big hockey guy. That guy.
Huge hockey guy. He was all in. 1 strike pitch. Fastball dots down center. 0-2. Katsky in a groove.
Where do you come down on hockey?
Grew up going going to games, just don't watch it a whole lot. I feel like it's a sport, if you're there,
yes, 100%.
You enjoy it a lot better than the television product, which is still good. It's fast-paced, whole lot of action. 2-strike pitch, high and in on the fastball.
So I got to ask, did you feel weird rooting for the team called the Devils?
So I just wasn't that deep into it, right?
Sure.
So I didn't really have
more of a social activity.
Yeah.
But that was the area team.
And I didn't New Jersey. They play in Newark, New Jersey. 1-2 toss. Bends downstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Big New Jersey Nets fan growing up when they played in East Rutherford. Back in the days, it was the Continental Airlines Arena.
That's right.
You ever been there with any Nebraska sport?
I have not. Outside of the rack, that's where I'm limited in the Garden State.
2-2 on its way. Swing and a line drive over Jet Buck into right field. Base hit was the off speed, and Brandon McCrane has himself a single to right.
Why do we keep wiping out at first base? That's like the 4th or 5th. And it's not the bag. It's like
I think
on
it's
their
intentional
turns.
almost. The way that just the aggressive turn, and they know they're going to go back to the bag, so they just go into a feet-first slide. Number 9 batters now Ryan Farber from San Antonio, Texas, leaving his home state to play with the Auburn Tigers. Was a part of Texas State's program. Are they the Bobcats?
Yeah,
Texas
great
State
baseball program down there in San Marcos.
Bats from the left side. Switch hitting shortstop. Oh, they got him leaning. Throw to first. He's back headlong as Brandon McCrane.
Block?
Auburn leads 5-2.
Nope, he's going to go do some footwork.
Yeah, they call time again.
This is really getting under the skin of that grounds crew at Auburn that they're having to do this.
We should get a pregame interview.
I think this is our guy right here, isn't it? Walking?
It is right in front of us.
He's got some pace to that walk.
Hey, you around tomorrow, noon? Getting a little interview pregame?
He wants nothing to do with talking to the Huskers after the stunt Jalen Worthley pulled.
It was a whole Rosenbag incident. First pitch sent in, and Farber takes inside, fastball at 90. 5-2 Auburn, bottom of the 6th we play. 1 out here on the Plains, runner at first. Lights in full effect. Past 8 Central Time. Katsky lets fly. Dips a little south of the knees. Went to a changeup, 2-0. Talking to the staff, Rob Childress says once he gets that curveball going, he can make 5 innings disappear. A++ character type of guy. Spins the arm. Foul back to the screen, 2-1.
You can always tell what you just said about character on how fast you win your teammates over. And he did not take very long to do that.
Yeah, just an easy guy to root for. And a strike thrower. Was so at Miami of Ohio when he was MAC Pitcher of the Year. Spin and throw to first. Back headlong is Brandon McCrane again. McCrane is on for the 2nd time. Should say for a 3rd time. Did reach on an E5, 4-pitch walk and a single. Has 4 stolen bases, hence why so much attention. Leads off first, that chain dangling around his neck. Again, throw over. He's back, hit first.
Not much of a lead either. I think Katsky's done a good job shortening that thing up.
It's Chase Olson who was able to throw out Chase Freilich on a throw over. Adam Lehnan. 2-1 to the plate. Fastball's clocked in the air, center field. Moyer angles back to his right, to the left of straightaway center. Makes a one-handed catch, few strides in front of the warning track. And retreating to first is Brandon McCrane. There's 2 away now in the home 6.
Well, keep an eye on this at-bat, Kyle, with Bristol Carter. Remember, he injured his shoulder a couple innings back on a diving play in center.
Yeah, it did not look good on first glance. He was really holding that shoulder. Stayed in the game. Impacted the top of the lineup. Had a run-scoring single in the 4th. Reached on a bunt single in the 3rd. Right-handed hitter. Spin and throw to first. Back is McCrane. Hope you didn't have dinner plans tonight. Well, if you come to a 6 p.m. ball game, you probably don't have dinner plans at that point, right? This is your dinner plan.
Yeah, you're
maybe tomorrow.
Taking down a hot dog at the ballpark.
First pitch, bunt shoved down along first. That stays fair for Sanderson and will just nonchalantly jog to first base. Again, Carter just trying to bunt down for a base hit.
Yeah.
With 2 outs. It's sort of interesting.
Thank you very much.
And Sanderson easily with the 3-out assistant.
That was kind of a funny play. Sanderson was going to tag him. Carter just stopped. And Sanderson's like, all right, let's go touch the bag.
Just take the force, step on the bag at first. In the inning, a 1-out single fails to blossom. McCrane is left, so no runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 left. We are now through 6. We head to the 7th in Auburn, 5-2 Tigers. This is Big Red Baseball.
Nothing ruins a good game like a plumbing curveball. Whether it's a clogged drain, leaky water heater, or a sump pump quitting at the worst time, John Henry's is here with service professionals who explain your options and get it done right. From quick repairs to full replacements, we protect your home and your weekend. Proud to be an official partner of Husker Baseball. Make the easy call to John Henry's today.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air.
And electrical.
You expect your home to protect everything you love, but you don't expect that water is the reason parts of your concrete have gotten so uneven. Walkway tripping hazards, sinking pool deck, cracked driveways are dangerous threats to everyone's safety. But there's one way to learn how your concrete can be lifted. A free home inspection from Groundworks. We put water back in its place. Get your free inspection at groundworks.com. License number C142293.
Stay healthy and active with natural chiropractic care. Did you know that chiropractic is safe and effective for all ages? It's proven to treat pain, improve mobility, and prevent injury. Find a chiropractic physician near you at nebraskachiropractic.org. Stay active with chiropractic.
I was staying active earlier today. I did my nice little cardio workout where you guys were wolfing down barbecue around lunchtime.
You're telling me I owe the treadmill a date tomorrow morning after that.
It's a nice
lunch
gym
display
in our hotel, so have at it. 5-2 Tigers lead, top of the 7th. Will Jeske leads off 7, 8, and 9 here for the Huskers. Against Jet Johnston, came in relief, faced the minimum in the 6th. The righty from the stretch, breaking ball low to Will Jeske, who had one of the hardest hit balls to the unfortunate part of the park in left center. Kind of like a death triangle of sorts. Just really goes deep out in left center field. 1-0 fastball strikeout or half. That thing was laced off the barrel and was hit to the very depths, just to the right of that big 30-foot wall. Had he hit that to straightaway left, would have said sayonara for a home run. Johnston's 1-1. Swinging a bouncing ball to third. Chest high corral from Guevara. A couple of pats of the glove. Throws across for the out. 5-3. 4 up, 4 down here for Johnston. And there's one away now for Max Butenbeck in a 5-2 Auburn lead, top 7.
I feel like with Johnston, the key is you got to get after the fastball. If he gets in front of you on the count, put yourself in a tough spot, you got to be ready to hit the fastball early in the count.
Here's now lefty swinger Max Butenbeck. Singled and struck out looking. Pitch. Swing and miss. Trying to hunt that fastball. Diving low and in. Last year a 286 hitter. Was a native of Lincoln, Nebraska. Pride of Lincoln Southeast. During the fall was dealing with the tender hamstring. Of course had that mono issue in spring and the first half of summer last year. 0-1 a fastball, knifes that outside corner for strike 2. Background of Butenbeck says football was his first love. Certainly has that frame for it. 2-strike pitch in the dirt, skips in.
Would you sign up to tackle him?
No, I'm good. 6'1", 215.
We would end up a viral TikTok.
Yeah, I try to avoid being viral nowadays. Johnson comes set, 1-2 downhill. Breaking ball bounced foul of first. Speaking of football, spring football is back. Was at practice the other day. We're closing in on an early spring game this year, March 28th. Johnson agrees with the sign from the stretch. 1-2. Foul back to the strings. Fastball at 93. On a windless night here in Auburn, Alabama, about 62 degrees at first pitch. Huskers trying to climb from behind, trail 5-2 in the top of the 7th. Bases empty, 1 out. Outfield swung to the right on the pitch. That's again golf foul.
By far the best attack Nebraska's had on Johnston. Beauty's seen both the slider, the four seam, and the cutter. And he's still fighting up there in a 1-2 count.
Can you get Mac Moyer to the plate? Jeter Worthley's on deck. Crowd clapping for the strikeout. 1-2 home. That's low. Count evens.
Man, that's the first time we've seen a changeup. So he has seen the full arsenal.
Changeup in the mid-80s from Johnston. Former Texas A&M Aggie. Winds and deals. Blew it past him. Up the ladder at 93. Butenbach down swinging. He strikes out for the second time. Third K for Johnston. Quickly 2 gone in the top of the 7th. We know how impressive Jeter was in fall and the weeks leading up to a new season. Started as the leadoff. Now in that 9 spot. Slender right-handed hitter. First one, a fastball yanked low and away. 5-2, Auburn in front here in the top of the 7th. Incredible edge and competitive fire for Jeter, who swings. Lofts one in the air, shallow center. Bristol Carter, a few steps in, makes a two-handed grab, and the inning is over. 7, 8, and 9 goes down 1, 2, 3. First one out of the dugout. That's Cooper Katsky. He's ready to take the ball once more. Time to stretch and sing here on the plains of Auburn. It's the Tigers 5, Huskers 2 on the Huskers Radio Network.
Feel like you're always on the run? Me too. As an independent financial professional, I help all kinds of busy people. Young families planning for college, couples working toward retirement, people securing their legacy. Wherever you are in life, Emeritus can help you get more out of life with insurance, employee benefits, and financial services. You're moving fast. Let's help make sure you're on the path to a fulfilling life. Find your next step at emeritus.com. Insurance products issued by Emeritus Life Insurance Corp.
That's my neighbor, Joe. Hey, Joe.
Hey, John.
Joe's about to make a big mistake. Hey, Joe. Think it might be a good idea to call 811 to have the utilities marked before you start digging?
I'm not digging very deep. It's no big deal.
No big deal.
Dad, the TV's out. Internet, too.
Remember, safe digging always starts with a free call to 811. Oh, what a knucklehead.
Brought to you by Nebraska 811.
Bud McLaughlin, Kyle Crooks back with you. Hitchcock Field at Plainsman Park. Huskers in a 5-2 hole as Cooper Katsky back out to pitch. In the bottom of the 7th inning, Huskers chasing 3. They've been behind since the 3rd. And we'll see what Katsky has in a very difficult part of this Auburn lineup.
Will be 2, 3, and 4. Against Cooper Katsky, he's really looked good. Going back to the Florida State appearance on Sunday and then what he's done here tonight, that certainly is a silver lining if the Huskers cannot come back. 5-2 Auburn leads, bottom of the 7th inning. Only 6 outs to play with offensively now for Nebraska. Stick with us. Camden Cohn's back at our Acres Broadcast Center. Appreciate the work from Christopher Sullivan-Diaz as well. You hear from Camden with his scoreboard. He'll go through all the highlights of this one. We'll hear from head coach Will Bolt, all coming up after the final out tonight. Lefty hitter Chase Freilich takes a breaking ball strike down the middle. Boy, the way that Cooper has worked that arsenal, fastball, slider, curve, has also dipped his toe into the waters of the changeup. 0-1, knifes a little inside, misses for ball one. Frelick trying to extend what is an 11-game hit streak. Had a multi-hit midweek. Even stance, bat high above that back left shoulder. Carey plays him up the middle. 1-1, checked his swing, took low and away. Went to the changeup, 2-1. 11-game hit streak, of course, dating back to last year. One of the big-time catchers in the SEC. 2-1. Dots that inside corner. Breaking ball. 2-2. One of the top prospects out of the state of Georgia. Last year at .335 and 58 starts. 2-2. Fastball is softly grounded to short. To his left on the charge. Carey gloves and fires in rhythm to first to get Frelick. Who's been on base twice tonight, but has not gotten a hit to extend that hit streak. Out goes 6-3, 1 out, home 7th, 5-2 Auburn. Now it's Eric Guevara to the plate. Righty hitting third baseman. His third year in the program. He went 0 for 5 in the midweek. But tonight had a big two-ribby double in a 4-run third inning. Tigers out hitting the Huskers 7-5. It's already Katsky. Left leg kick. The first pitch. That bends in for a strike. Curveball. Katsky, the scarlet tops, the gray pants, the high scarlet socks for all the players on the field. Clean look with the scarlet ball cap and the white end on the front side. One strike toss. Fastball in underneath the hands to Guevara. Native of Panama City, Panama. It's the home to one of his all-time favorite Yankees. He grew up a Yankees fan, Mariano Rivera. And went to Moe's one of his final games before he retired. 1-1. Fastball is nubbed off the instep. Will hobble around the home plate area. Ball and 2 strikes to Eric Guevara. Moved to the United States at 14 years old. Then became one of the top prospects out of the state of Georgia. To now a team captain, or the way they call them here, is legacy leaders, not necessarily captains. Was an all-defensive player last year at third base was Eric Guevara. Stands back in, wide open stance. 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Slider in the dirt. Might have been that overhand curveball. 2-2. And Guevara is somebody who had to deal with injuries in his career. Missed the start of his freshman year after ACL surgery. Had a quick rehab back from that to get back last season. Katsky, deep breath, lets fly. Fastball is ripped on the ground on 3 skittering hops to short. Carey's got it in rhythm toss to first. And there's 2 away. DC's been busy here in the bottom of the 7th. Couple of 6-3 groundouts. Huskers trailing here in the bottom of the 7th, 5-2, with 6 outs to play with on the flip side. First things first, with the bases empty, it's Bub Terrell to the plate. Sophomore, Swiss Army knife, can play outfield, can play infield from Meridian, Mississippi. As an RBI single, also his double. Playing the pole, jet buck in shallow right. First pitch to the lefty bat is low and in. Curveball. Preseason all SEC. Can catch. Tonight, getting the start in left field. DeMarion is his government name. Fastball, should say curveball, low and inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Last year excelled as the primary left fielder. Only 1 error in 74 chances out and left. 2-0 from Katsky. Get me over strike, inner half, 2-1. SEC all-freshman team. Bub Terrell really made his presence known right away. Hit .300 his first season. Hit 17 doubles. MVP of the Auburn Regional. After 8 hits and 11 at-bats. The next one, a fastball misses in underneath the hands at 90. And that's ball 3. Katsky has given up 1 base runner. That was a single to Brandon McCrane. Outside of that, he's been brilliant. 3 ground ball outs, 1 in the air, a couple of Ks. Bell tie set and a 3-1. Swinging a ball uppercut in the air, left field. Jeske negotiating that tall wall back to his right to the warning track. He makes the catch right in front of the Auburn bullpen. That see-through fencing out and left. He did not have to negotiate that 30-foot wall when it was all said and done, and thank goodness he did not, because it would have meant trouble. So 2, 3, and 4 goes down 1, 2, 3 for the Auburn Tigers. Katsky throws up another 0 as we head to the 8th. Auburn 5, Nebraska 2. This is Big Red Baseball.
Venue at Home is Lincoln's premier meal prep service. Prepared in-house by our chefs, ready for you to heat and eat. Build your own package from our wide selection of items, including healthy bowls, saucy pastas, fresh salads, starters, sides, desserts, and more. Subscribe and join our rewards program to get discounts on every order. Get your order delivered in Lincoln and surrounding towns, or pick it up at our Venue at Home storefront. Order today at our brand new website, venueathome.net. That's venueathome.net.
Call SOS, a trustworthy company since 1950. Their technicians don't earn commission. This equals fair treatment to their customers. SOS is a family-owned third-generation company, and now to celebrate the 75th year in business for a limited time, get a New York AC or furnace for $75 per month. Get you and your loved ones comfortable again with SOS.
SOS to the rescue. SOS. SOS.
Call 402-391-2336.
6 outs to play with here for the Huskers. Sliding to the top of the 8th inning here. First of 3 games, Auburn, Alabama. Tigers in front 5-2. Back at our Acres Broadcast Center, Camden Cohen will have our post-game coverage, highlights, look at the scoreboard. We'll have Will Bolt after the final out as well. Of course, Acres Equipment, Nebraska's premier John Deere dealer. Acres Solutions for every field. So stick with us after the final out, but still 2 innings, at least scheduled to play in the top of the lineup here for the Huskers. Back to take us the rest of the way, my man Ben.
Appreciate you, KC. It's going to take a late inning rally for the Huskers tonight. They have trailed since that 4-run 3rd inning. They do have the top of the order, but Jet Johnston has been unhittable to this point in relief. His 3rd inning of work is bounced to the right side, bobbled by the second baseman. Moyer's going to reach. That was a chopping, bounding ball between first and second, and it hit off the heel of the glove of McCrane, and Moyer has reached for the second time tonight. That probably go down as an E4, a second Auburn error.
It was a tough play, angling back to the outfield grass. We'll see how they score it, but sometimes a little bit of luck.
That's going to go as a hit. As you said, that's a
it's
tough
not
play.
Easy.
If in doubt, reward the player. Here's Jet Buck. Runner at first, nobody out for the Huskers. Buck takes the first pitch. Fastball, again, top of the zone. I think Jet's going to see that until he proves to Auburn that he can hit it. He's choked up a little bit. Johnston from the stretch with Moyer on at first. Here's the pitch. Buck swings and fouls one off to the right, and out of play. Now he's down in the count, 0-2. Jet 0 for 3 tonight, pair of strikeouts. His 7-game hitting streak on the line. Huskers chasing 3 here in the top of the 8th. Johnston's 0-2. Jet couldn't hold a swing. He went around. No appeal necessary. Home plate umpire takes care of himself. Tough night for Buck, 0 for 4 with his 3rd strikeout. 4th strikeout for Jet Johnston in relief. That is 13 on the night as a staff for the Tigers between Marciano and Johnston. Now Sanderson, 1 out of 3 tonight, stands in. Pike over to first. Close play. Moyer back. First time he's had to get the uniform dirty on a pickoff. Sanderson 1 for 3, singled and scored one of the 2 Husker runs in the 4th. Sandwiched between 2 strikeouts. First pitch, way up with a fastball, 1-0. Johnston overthrew that one a bit. Jett came into this one throwing just 5 1/3 innings. He's gone 2 1/3 here tonight. The 1-0 pitch, again way up, 2-0. I mentioned the workload for Johnston primarily because you wonder how much he has in the tank as a reliever. Auburn feels very good about their closer in Ryan Hetzler. Had 8 saves last year, off to a soaring start here this year. So they want to hand the ball to Hetzler in the next inning. The 2-0, Sanderson takes a pitch right over the heart of the plate here, 2-1. Auburn has out-hit Nebraska 7-6. Johnston brings it in. Sanderson lines one into center field. That's going to drop for a hit. Bristol's Carter fields it. Now Moyer's going to try for third, and he is safe. That was an aggressive base-running effort from Moyer. Down 3 runs. The last thing you want to do is make it out on the base paths. But Mack able to beat it out, and the Huskers have him on the corners and only 1 out.
Yeah, I think everybody's heartbeat went up as soon as Mac Moyer kind of hit the gas around second base. Carter has a pretty solid arm out in center field, but that thing kind of rolled to third base, allowing Moyer to get there. And here we are. Again, the resilience of this Husker team. It hasn't felt like a night where they're within striking distance, but one swing can tie this thing up.
And Auburn sensing that, going to bring in a pitching coach to talk to Johnston.
See Garrett Brewer tossing a little bit in the bullpen through that little cutout out in left field, number 12.
Good eyes.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I'm usually hunkered over in my binoculars, but looks like number 12, a lefty's getting warm here. Perhaps giving him some time to get loose.
Kyle, tell me if you noticed this. You can see the footprints out in the outfield. I think there's some decent amount of precipitation out there, and that ball really got in on Carter. And he did really well to glove that. That thing nearly skipped by him, and if it did so, Sanderson's probably at third. Johnston's going to come out of the game. So the long pitching back and forth ends in a pitching change. So Garrett Brewer, the lefty, is being summoned from that bullpen, and the Lights putting on a clinic here at Hitchcock Field as the lefty is run in from the left field bullpen under illuminated lights under that left field elevated wall. It's another Nebraska soybean pitching change. Farmers and ranchers raise livestock and poultry and soybeans to provide nutritious, affordable protein for everyone. We'll tell you about the new Auburn hurler after this quick break on the Huskers Radio Network.
Want to boost Nebraska's economy and help the planet? It's as easy as filling up your tank. Switch to soy-based biodiesel to cut greenhouse gases by up to 74% and support biodiesel growth.
I'm Greg Anderson, a farmer near Newman Grove, Nebraska, and biodiesel has transformed our farm. It cuts emissions, raises the cetane number, and improves fuel lubricity.
So ask for biodiesel where you fill up. It benefits our air, economy, and Nebraska soybean farmers. Nebraska soybeans, feeding, fueling, and innovating for the future.
For the Auburn Tigers, they'll go to another lefty. Had a lefty to start, and a tall 6'3" lefty out of the pen. Garrett Brewer, former arm in the Big Ten for the Michigan State Spartans. Spent 2 years there. Last year pitched with 3.47 ERA and a 2-2 record in 34 1/3 innings. Last time we saw him was against Louisville in Arlington. Pitched a third of an inning. Pitched a pair of games in that road trip to Arlington, Texas, Louisville, and Kansas State. Pitched just an inning against Kansas State, 2 1/3 overall in 3 appearances this year. 1 hit allowed, no walks, and 3 strikeouts, has not allowed a run. And of course, Jett Johnston, runners on first and third, his responsibility, and a massive spot here. Meanwhile, a scoring change. We had one tweet earlier today that mentioned they have their scorebook with them when they listen to us on the radio. That Case Sanderson ground ball was, I should say, the Mac Moyer ground ball to start the inning was an infield hit. Now it's an E4, so that's been switched in this frame.
So get your eraser out. I use black ink, so I just have to go with the ugly cross.
I got the whiteout tape.
Yeah, you got the whiteout tape, as I would expect from you. Well, now Overbeek going to have to flip around and bat right-handed against the lefty Brewer. And more action behind him. Brewer is not a guy that's going to go a long time in this game. So he might, in best case scenario for Auburn, finish the inning. Huskers have him on the corners, chasing 3 here in the 8th. Brewer comes set in the first pitch to Overbeek. Hit him. Got him on the arm. Second time Overbeek has been plunked. And don't look now, but the go-ahead run and Dylan Carey striding to the plate.
It's just weird how this game has been. It just doesn't feel like Nebraska's been within striking distance, but here they are. It's just a resilient bunch, and now you have a pitcher who comes out of the bullpen. You face first and third, now bases loaded. Still only 1 out here for Dylan Carey.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Overbeek the tying run at first. Brewer comes set, the pitch. He nearly fell down on a pitch down 1-0. And I have to imagine the bullpen phone in operation in that third base dugout. Bases full of Huskers here in the 8th. Brewers 1-0. Carey swings and floats one foul first base side as it whistles by the legs of Mike Sirianni. Dylan was way out in front of that 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Cut it off the end of the bat. Count level, a ball and a strike on the Husker shortstop. Moyer from third, Sanderson from second, Overbeek from first. Brewer delivers. Another one that's dribbled foul, this time third base side. That caught a lot of the plate, but DC was way out in front, and it's 1-2. Dylan tonight 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. Got to get the ball in play here. Keep the ball moving. Base runners off their bags. Brewer with a 1-2. Outside, nearly to the backstop, 2-2. Fastball up there at 93. 5-2 Auburn. Huskers threatening in the 8th. Garrett Brewer, the lefty, set at the belt. Ready for the 2-2. Here it is. Just missed inside, and I think the Huskers got a call there. Carey theatrically spun out of the way of it, and that pitch got a ton of the inside corner. And the count 3-2. Well, you better be swinging now, if anything, close for 15. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch of the game right here in the 8th inning. Brewer to the belt. Here's the 3-2. That swing and drilled to left field, twisting away from Terrell. It bangs off the base of the wall. 1 run scores. Sanderson right behind Moyer. A 2-run double for Dylan Carey. And the Huskers are back within a run here in the 8th.
Big time DC. Full count pitch, you said it. Biggest pitch of the game. And more often than not, Dylan Carey has come through this year. That pitch, center cut essentially, and Dylan Carey, what he does with pitches like that, he drives them. And now the tying run just 90 feet away, and could you imagine the go-ahead run in scoring position now in the 8th? Huskers never say die.
Cole Kitchens already with 1 RBI double here tonight. Infield meeting on the mound over. And Hetzler is feverishly getting warm in that Auburn bullpen. Second and third, and 1 out. The first pitch to Kitchens. Cole swings a murderous hack, fouls it right into the netting. He just missed that center cut heater at 92. He's down 0-1.
Also, 51st career double for Dylan Carey, trying to knock down the door of that all-time record.
And inching closer to 200 career hits. Overbeek, the tying run, 90 feet away. Dylan Carey, the go-ahead run out at second. Brewers 0-1 to Kitchens. Cole swings and sprays one down the right field line, tailing away from the right fielder, and it is a fair ball down into the corner. The Huskers are going to tie it up as Overbeek scores. Carey to third on the RBI double from Kitchens, his second of the night, and the Huskers have squared things up at 5 apiece here in Auburn, Alabama. Carey had to hold up to see if that thing would be caught by McCrane. And this game has flipped in a hurry And the momentum meter swung in the way of the Big Red.
Yeah, just about in our blind spot, very deep right field corner. Thought maybe that could soar to get out of here, but how about some of the big swings for Cole Kitchens tonight? Couple of ribby doubles.
The Auburn Tiger defense has been drawn in on Will Jeske with the go-ahead run standing 90 feet away, represented by Dylan Carey. The first pitch from Jeske is an elevated heater way high, 1-0. And this thing has gotten up on Garrett Brewer in a hurry. It is a matter of time. Will Bolt trying to call time to go get a pinch runner for Cole Kitchens out at second. That's life in the ballpark right now. Will Bolt had to get halfway out of the dugout for the home plate umpire to hear him. Devin Nunez will be summoned to pinch run for Kitchens, who finishes his night with a couple of doubles and a couple of ribbies. You get the feeling that the sand in the hourglass is ticking away on Garrett Brewer. 1-0 on Will Jeske. Huskers applying the full court pressure. Here's the pitch. Back to the backstop, but all the runners had to retreat. Again, we've outlined this for you. Brick backstop here at Plainsman Park, and not a lot of room between home plate and the backstop. But that just tells you the heart rate for Brewer is elevated, and I can't believe they're not going to talk to him.
Yeah, I mean, letting him throw another pitch. Pretty crazy.
2-0 on Will Jeske. Brewer comes set. Here's the 2-0. Will takes outside, ball 3. And those pitches have not been close. Max Butenbach is a left-handed hitter, waits on deck, but Hetzler, the closer, is ready at a moment's notice. Brewer comes set. Here's the 3-0. Jeske taking all the way, takes strike 1 at 3-1. Green light special now for 1-3. Will tonight 1 for 3. Doubled home run back in the 4th. 5-5 game here in Auburn. Huskers have number 7 on the ropes here in the 8th inning. Brewer comes set, the 3-1 pitch. Jeske takes right down the heart of the plate, full count. And I think Will wants that one back. Jeske now chokes up and takes a deep breath. Dylan Carey and Devin Nunez get their leads. Here's the payoff pitch to Jeske. Will swings and dribbles one right out in front of home plate. Carey wipes out between third and home, and now he's caught in a rundown. Brewer applies the tag to Carey, out number 2. Jeske takes second. A swinging bunt right in front of the plate. And Dylan Carey wiped out between home and third and cut down in the rundown. And now it's up to Butenbach.
Yeah, Carey tried to get back to third, but he just completely wiped out between third and home. Essentially a swinging bunt. Heads up on Jeske to head down to second base, and now you still have runners at second and third.
And it's going to take a hit from Butenbach. You got the left-on-left matchup. Brewer brings it home. Way high on the fastball, 1-0. 5-5. Huskers have plated 3 in the inning, but they love more. Max tonight 1 for 3. Brewer set, the 1-0. Butenbach takes off the plate, 2-0. Jeter Worthley waiting on deck. The blue and the orange crowd letting the home plate umpire have it here this inning. That first base dugout is alive. The 2-0. Butenbach, good cut, fouls this one straight back. It's 2-1. Fastball right down the middle. Nunez at third. The go-ahead run. Jeske at second. 2 balls and a strike on Butenbach. Here's the pitch. Max swings and jammed badly and fists one into the third base dugout. It's 2-2. That one chewed up Max. And this is a big pitch coming. Crowd getting into it. This is a regional type atmosphere here on the Plains. Max chokes up from the left side. Runners get their leads. Brewer ready. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Blew a fastball right by him over the heart of the plate. And the Huskers squander a golden opportunity to take the lead, but they get it tied. 3 runs on 3 hits and error. 2 monstrous runners left on base. So we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. New game here at Auburn. 5-5 tie on the Huskers Radio Network.
When First Dakota National Bank created Dakota Mac in 1993, we knew we could offer ag producers something few other banks dared to. Long-term, fixed-rate loans for ag real estate refinances and purchases. Today, we go by Landera, and we provide the same great service and even more banking options to help your operation thrive for generations to come. Banking evolves. Trust endures. Landera, a division of First Dakota National Bank.
Did you get us switched over to shelter insurance?
Actually, I found a deal online.
You did? Does your deal come with award-winning customer service?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Does the deal include a local agent?
Doesn't actually say.
Can we create a customized plan that fits our needs? Let's just call the local shelter agent.
For insurance that fits just right, find a shelter agent near you.
See shelter agents Reed Duvall, Natalie Kerr, or Mike Shefford in Lincoln today.
Well, the Huskers not done quite yet. They pick up a massive 3 runs in the top of the 8th inning to even this thing out at 5 apiece. We head now to the bottom of the 8th, and we have a pitching change here for the Huskers. It will be a right-hander, Jay-Sean Unger. He's going to come in, the sophomore righty from Blair, Nebraska. Last time we saw him was in relief against Kansas State. Inning and a third, he was really solid. A hit allowed, an earned run, no walks, and 1 strikeout. Look at his numbers on the year. 2.7 ERA. This will be his 3rd appearance. 3 1/3 innings. A run which was earned, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. Batters 091 against the tall right-hander. So big spot in this game in the bottom of the 8th. Ethan Bingaman, Chris Rembert, Mason McCrane all due up. But how about the fight for the Huskers right back in it?
As happy as you are, they got it tied. A couple of big chances for Nebraska to take the lead. One with the ball in the right field corner from Dylan Carey. Felt like maybe he could have scored on that had he got a better read off the bat. And then the 3-1 pitch on Jeske that undoubtedly wants back. But we are tied 5-5, and you got to give a gold star effort to Cooper Katsky. 2 2/3 innings, allowed just a hit to keep Nebraska in this one. And Jay-Sean Unger hasn't exactly eased his way into his sophomore season. Huskers going to him in some tense situations the last couple of weeks. Same story here in the bottom of the 8th. Middle of the Auburn order and a 5-5 tie. Unger's first pitch, fastball at 93, misses north of the letters, 1-0. Bingaman tonight is 0 for 3, couple of strikeouts. Unger's 1-0. Just missed off the plate, 2-0. Jay-Sean goes from the windup. Here it is. That's strike 2-1. Fastball at 94 at the knees. Unger finally fully healthy. Of course, injured his last year of high school. Just the 1 appearance last year. The 2-1. Hammers the inside corner at 92. 2-2. Nebraska has now out-hit Auburn 8-7. Unger rocks and fires the 2-2 pitch. Cue shot back to Unger on one hop. Settles, throws out at first. Good job by Unger to compose himself after gathering that one hopper right into his glove. And a big first out for 37.
We know how hard those throws can be sometimes for pitchers, and you're right, just settle down, compose yourself. But Ben, I think a game like this is an opportunity to try and cement some roles, right? Close game, tie game against a top 10 opponent. Who's got the guts for the back end of a game out of the bullpen?
Rembert stands in, takes a first pitch bender just off the plate, 1-0. Good pitch there from Unger. Rembert in his return, 0 for 3, lined out sharply to third. A couple of strikeouts to his credit as well. Big stick in the batter's box. Day late on that 94-mile-an-hour heater, 1-1. strike on Rembert. Here's the pitch. Needles the inside corner, strike 2. Boy, that is a heavy fastball. Jay-Sean standing tall out of the windup. A deep breath. Now the 1-2 pitch. Off the glove of Worthley. Ball's going to kick back into the field of play. It's 2-2. Sanderson will take care of that. Unger kicking the dirt off his cleats. It's not raining, but it might as well be. I mean, players are losing footing left and right. The skin of the infield looks very wet, as does the outfield. Unger's 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball to Beauty. Oh, goodness. Full count. I don't know how Rembert laid off of that. That was a beautiful pitch from Unger, but it's a full count. Jay-Sean's got to come over with a strike, the 3-2. Breaking ball, just low, full ball 4. That one caught a ton of the zone, according to TrackMan. 2 really good pitches consecutively for Unger, and he's not rewarded. It's a walk.
You can't ask for a better 2-strike pitch. I mean, looking at it, hit the bottom portion of the zone. He put it where he should have gotten a K. Now we'll have a pinch runner come in here for Auburn. It's going to be Ty Thompson, number 44, is now going to run it first.
Thompson's the fastest Auburn Tiger and represents the go-ahead run. In the bottom of the 8th, 5-5, our score. Huskers tie it with 3 in the top half. Mason McCrane has hit the ball hard tonight. He's 1 out of 3. Pitch, breaking ball, just missed in. The Huskers in that first base dugout started to get a little frustrated. Feeling like the strike zone's tightening as this game is going on. Both dugouts, I think, would agree. Jeter Worthley out from behind home plate to go settle down Jay-Sean Unger. Sophomore right-handed pitcher. McCrane batting .333 in his freshman campaign. Fitting the bill of that average tonight, 1 out of 3. Scored a run and stole a base back in the 3rd with his single. Unger's 1-0 pitch. That is crushed to center field. Hayden Moyer backing up to his right, makes the catch up against the wall. What a catch by Mac Moyer on the warning track just in front of the pitch clock to the left of the batter's eye for a big out number 2. Oh my, 110 off the bat for McCrane. As I said, just 1 out of 3, but he has been living on the barrel.
That wasn't a lightning strike off the bat, just the overall sound of how that thing came off the bat. And you mentioned the exit velo, but still had some room in front of the wall.
And now Brandon McCrane also living on the barrel. McCrane's been a pest in the batter's box tonight. 2 outs, though, in the inning. We'll see if Auburn wants to get aggressive with their fastest runner at first base. First pitch home, McCrane takes an elevated fastball, high, 1-0. Thompson has not stolen a base yet this year, but he is a big candidate to steal. Overbeek protecting the line at 3rd. Unger's pitch off the glove of Worthley. That's going to get the go-ahead run into scoring position. Now a blooper would give Auburn the lead. Bottom of the 8th. Rob Childress now out of the dugout to come talk with Jay-Sean Unger and a 2-0 count on Brandon McCrane.
Give that a wild pitch, too, on Unger. That's probably a pass ball, right? Hits the glove.
Awful pitch. Caught a lot of the glove of Worthley.
Showing the distribution, balls to strikes, 9 balls to 6 strikes in the first 15 pitches here for Unger. Again,
I would put 2 of those in the strike column.
One of them should have resulted in a strikeout.
Well, the Huskers really fighting offensively. to get this thing tied, but you feel like there was more left on the plate in the top half of the 8th. Jay-Sean Unger having to fight through a little adversity. 1 out to get, but one mistake's going to put Auburn in front. And a little extra conversation with Rob Childress and Alvaro January, the home plate umpire, as Nebraska's pitching coach exits the mound. Probably some questions on the strike zone. Brandon McCrane has reached all 3 times and scored 2 runs. He's ahead in the count, 2-0 on Unger. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball down into the dirt. 3-0. And maybe that message is be careful of McCrane. You got the 9-hole batter and Farber on deck, and the Huskers are just going to put them on. So the second walk of the inning will put 2 Tigers on for the 9-hole batter, Ryan Farber. 0 for 2. Does have a sac fly RBI, but that's indifferent as he's being called back for a pinch hitter. Lucas Steele has grabbed a stick, and he's going to bat in the stead of the Auburn shortstop, Ryan Farber, who was just a 154 hitter, and Steele now coming to the plate.
And he's a stud. Has just struggled a bit offensively to start this season. He's a guy who they expect to be an all-SEC caliber bat, team captain, and now stands in at a huge spot.
Steele, as you mentioned, partner, just 2 out of 16 for the year, but with a guy like this, usually moments like this is where they thrive. He is a big left-handed stick with an open stance. Unger's first pitch, breaking ball down at his back foot, 1-0. Now the crowd's starting to come to life. 5-5 our score. We're in the 8th inning. First and second, 2 outs. Unger fighting through it here in the 8th. Here's the pitch. Strike 1. Fastball at 92. Steele from nearby Hoover, Alabama. High school power. Wide open stance from the left side. Unger comes set. A couple of looks to second. Here's the pitch. Strike 2. Inside corner. Needled it there. That's a beautiful spot. Now Unger's ahead. Outfield playing deep. Anything down in front of them would score a run. Unger comes set. A breath. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out to end the 8th, and the Tigers leave the go-ahead run in scoring position. Once again, Jay-Sean Unger up to the challenge as a Cornhusker. For Auburn, no runs, no hits, no errors, 2 left on base. We go to the 9th, tied at 5. This is Big Red Baseball.
You expect your home to protect everything you love, but you don't expect the ways water is breaking down your crawl space and damaging your home. Musty smells, sagging floors, mold are just a few signs your crawl space is compromised. But there's one way to get answers to all your concerns. A free home inspection from Groundworks. We put water back in its place. Get your free inspection at groundworks.com. License number C142293.
In Nebraska, the good life means mornings that wait for you. A porch swing or a skyline view. Work that matters and time that's yours. Neighbors who wave. Hey there. Stars you can almost touch. A mortgage that makes sense. More space, more time, more life. Nebraska, the good life is calling. Are you ready to answer? Learn more about living in Nebraska at www.thegoodlifeiscalling.com.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
Jay-Sean Unger keeps us tied and leaves 2 for the Auburn Tigers. 5-5 game, top of the ninth. Can the Huskers go out in front? Still Garrett Brewer on the mound. Do have some defensive changes. Todd Clay comes into the game to play at third base. Eric Guevara is the third baseman. He moves to short. Meanwhile, Todd Clay will now enter in the lineup in the 9 hole. So some defensive changes. Boy, what a big bottom half of the 8th inning for Jay Sean Unger to keep this puppy tied.
9-1-2 for the Huskers against Brewer. Jeter Worthley takes a first pitch right down Main Street, 0-1. Jeter looking for his first hit tonight. What better time to do it than now? 0-2 with a sac bunt. 5-5 in the top of the 9th. The 0-1. Worthley day late on that heater and a thunderous hack, 0-2. You're going to have to shorten that swing up. Huskers tied it with 3 in the top of the 8th, but man, they left meat on the bone with 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Back at it here in the top of the 9th. The pitch. Upstairs with a fastball. Partner, are you surprised Brewer's still in here?
I am. I'm surprised they didn't have a few meetings on the mound to kind of slow him down in the last inning. And there is an arm getting warm, a righty in that bullpen, but it is Brewer to start.
1-2 on Worthley. The pitch is fouled straight back to the screen. Shortened up that swing. Count holds. It's got to be Hetzler, you'd think, out there in the bullpen.
Actually, looks like it's going to be Marcel Kulik, Virginia Tech transfer, a sophomore righty. At least he's one of the arms getting warm.
That's why I'm up here. Here's the 1-2. Jeter day late. Swing and a miss for a strikeout. And he reached out for that one. I was well off the plate. One big out for Auburn here in the 9th.
Yeah, still chasing a little bit for Jeter. Now if you're Mac, can you get things started? More often than not, he just seems to find his way on. Has reached twice on infield errors.
Left on left for Moyer. This one is off the plate, ball 1. Moyer, technically 1 out of 4. Very much a real argument to be 2 out of 4, but I digress. The 1-0. That one's off to the left and out of play. 1-1 on the Huskers center fielder Moyer, who made an outstanding catch in center field in the last half inning. Nebraska has never led. Here's the 1-1. Again, late on the fastball. Now Brewer, I think, has gotten it straightened out. 1-2 on Moyer. Nobody on, 1 out. Top half of the Husker 9th. The pitch. Sprayed off to the left again and out of play. Moyer again late. Auburn took control of this game with 4 runs in the 3rd. They led 5-2 after 4. That until the Huskers' big 8th. The 1-2. A delayed strike 3 call. My goodness, Mac Moyer can't believe it. Javero January waited a good half second before he rung up Mac Moyer, and Brewer strikes out the first 2 Huskers here in the 9th.
It's 16 strikeouts now for Auburn pitching between 3 arms.
Jet Buck, the last chance in the 9th. First pitch. Upstairs, 1-0. Jet 0 for 4. Gets another crack at that 7-game hitting streak. 3 strikeouts tonight for Jet. Brewer deals the 1-0 pitch all the way to the backstop. It's 2-0. Nebraska has out-hit Auburn 8-7, aided by 2 Auburn errors to the Huskers 1. Nobody on, 2 outs. The 2-0 pitch to Buck. High 3-0. Jet does run well. You'd love to have the go-ahead man on first base. with Sanderson's double potential. Brewer ready for the 3-0. That's right in there, 3-1. Time to hack away if you're Buck. The fastball that's anywhere in your wheelhouse. Brewers 3-1 pitch. Oh my goodness. And the Huskers cannot believe that was a strike call. Either can TrackMan. Full count on Buck. Tigers got one back there. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Brewers pitch. Fouled into the middle of the catcher, and he hangs on. Buck a strikeout victim, and that ends the Husker 9th inning. Brewers strikes out the side. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. Bottom of the 9th we go. Nebraska 5, Auburn 5. Tigers need 1 to win it. Jay Sean Unger back out. Bottom of the 9th is next on the Huskers Radio Network.
RE/MAX is the official real estate partner of Nebraska Athletics, and we understand there's a number for everything: square footage, down payment, interest rates. But how do you measure the trust you have in your agent? For a RE/MAX agent, it's not about numbers on a contract. It's being a trusted RE/MAX agent. That means you'll get honest advice, expert guidance, and someone who's committed to your success. Because while numbers count, trust is what truly matters. RE/MAX, the official real estate partner of Nebraska Athletics. Each office independently owned and operated.
Feel like you're always on the run? Me too. As an independent financial professional, I help all kinds of busy people. Young families planning for college, couples working toward retirement, people securing their legacy. Wherever you are in life, Emeritus can help you get more out of life with insurance, employee benefits, and financial services. You're moving fast. Let's help make sure you're on the path to a fulfilling life. Find your next step at emeritus.com. Insurance products issued by Emeritus Life Insurance Corp.
Fighting for a 10th inning. That's what's at stake here in the bottom of the 9th. Jay Sean Unger comes back out as the video board in left center reads, "Get loud, get really loud," in big white lettering, as the crowd that has thinned out a little bit as we've gone later into the night, over 3 hours in this one. And could we go a little bit longer? So Unger goes back to work. And it will be the top of the Auburn lineup, starting with Bristol Carter here in the bottom of the 9th. Rhett Stokes now playing at second base for the Huskers.
Top of the Auburn order. This is a tough task for Jay Sean Unger, and it's been the Cardiac Tigers this year as well, especially in this ballpark. Walk-off wins already twice. Once with Youngstown State, once 48 hours ago. Bristol Carter swings at the first pitch and slams one in the air to center. Playable for Moyer into the gap and puts it away. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 9th.
Just feels like center field is where fly balls go to die in this ballpark, right?
And clearly heavy air, right? I mean, it's going to take a shot to get one out of here. Not to say it's impossible, but the heavy, dense air, precipitation. And if there's anybody that can leave the yard, it's this guy right here, Trace Freilich. Well, the belief factor for Auburn is there. They did it just a little bit ago. See if Nebraska can stay in the fight. Unger's first pitch to Freilich. Bender snaps in there, 0-1. Freilich tonight 0 for 2. This young man's hitting .469 on the year. A couple of long ones already. The 0-1 pitch. Chopped on the ground to second. Charging hard just in the game. Stokes. Fields throws out at first base. Nice play, Rhett Stokes. And 2 away for the Tigers in the 9th.
Funny how that works. When you come into the game, the ball tends to find you. It was always the case for me in Little League.
Yeah. Especially when you're not so sure of yourself. Not to say you weren't.
Oh, I was great. Gold Glove third baseman.
Here's Guevara. 1 out of 4. Singled home a pair back in the 3rd. That was the big inning for Auburn. Unger's pitch. Slider and a beauty, 0-1. If we make the 10th, 3, 4, 5 in the Husker order. Everybody playing deep for the Huskers in the outfield. The 0-1. Just missed a touch low, and now Will Bolt is starting to let the home plate umpire have it because TrackMan had that as a strike. The 1-1. Sprayed off to the right, not a play. It's 1-2. Unger has just been exceptional with his mound presence. He's not letting these calls, he's not getting effective. He has been in control. Can he finish the bottom of the ninth? About to find out. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bounce to short. Carey backs up. Chest high hop. Long throw across the diamond in time. J. Sean Unger. Gold star effort tonight in Auburn. 3 up, 3 down at the top of the Auburn order. Forces extra innings here on the Plains. No runs, no hits, no errors, no Tigers left on base. We're through 9. Free baseball coming at Auburn. Top of the 10th inning is next. You're listening to the Huskers Radio Network.
I got to see my brother get married.
I would have missed my dad's birthday.
Because I wore my seatbelt, I had the privilege of being part of his special day.
I got to go home and see my family again.
Does it click yet?
Brought to you by NDOT Highway Safety Office.
I would have never had the chance to see my daughter become a doctor.
I was able to go to my brother's graduation.
I wouldn't have adopted my first pet.
And then it clicked. My seatbelt saved my life. Does it click yet?
Brought to you by NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Just like D1 athletes, farmers view each growing season as a new opportunity. Aurora Cooperative is committed to elevating the success of our members every season. Rooted in our core mission, we provide top-notch products, services, and expertise. Our strong work ethic mirrors that of the Huskers, driving success. Choose Aurora Cooperative, your partner in elevating agriculture. Go Big Red!
We are in the top of the 10th inning. Nebraska has come from behind to tie it. Scoreless 9th inning for both squads. Puts us in the 10th inning. Extra innings for the first time for the Huskers here in 2026. Auburn has played an extra inning game already. That was an aforementioned tilt with the Youngstown State Penguins back on Valentine's Day. A 2-1 Auburn winner. Hopefully a different result here tonight. Here to take us through the 10th again, here's Kyle Crooks.
All right, thank you, Ben. Let's get a nice little finish here on the Plains. Game that was trending in Auburn's direction. Just kind of felt like the home team was in cruise control. Then the 8th inning happened. Huskers scored 3, tied the game at 5, even with the house. And now it's Case Sanderson, top of the 10th against the lefty Garrett Brewer. His first smokes down the center of the plate, a fastball at 91. Infield swung to the right. Over 3 hours for this one tonight. Hopefully it's a happy ending for those in the scarlet and the cream. 1 strike pitch. Outside, goes back to the fastball. 1-1 to Case Sanderson. Has a multi-hit night. It's been a tale of 2 different nights for 1-4. Has struck out twice and singled twice. Come around to score both times on base. The next to him. We'll take a knee-high strike, center cut, another fastball. 3 consecutive heaters from the tall lefty. Native of Michigan, 2 years as a Michigan State Spartan, who ironically will kick off Big Ten play for the Huskers next weekend. 1-2 on its way. Fought off foul, back and left. Another fastball at 92. I'll tell you this, I don't think any of us thought Garrett Brewer would still be in the game at this point.
He even came in. I said he's not going to pitch long in this one.
It's
according to
amazing.
his repertoire.
He was in the middle of all of it in that 8th inning. Now he's downhill with a 1-2. Just a little bit out. Well, we've seen some borderline pitches that Nebraska has not been a fan of for J. Sean Unger. And Auburn starting to bark a little bit along the third base side. 5-5 game, top of the 10th. 2-2. Swinging a ground ball, slices inside third, all the way to the left field corner. Sanderson around first. It's dug out by Terrell. He's in, standing up. Go ahead run at second base. A leadoff double here in the 10th inning for Case Sanderson on a 3-hit night.
Well, now Nebraska a decision to make. You got one of your best RBI guys at the plate, but Overbeek is a good bunter. And you obviously have a guy on deck that can drive in runs. And they're going to have some extra time to think about it and maybe, potentially, the end for Brewer, as the Auburn coaching staff is talking about it.
Well, Chase Freilich, the catcher, is the one that goes out. Glove pads for Garrett Brewer on the mound. Looks like they might go to a new arm. We saw Marcel Kulik, the righty, getting warm.
It's Hetzler, the closer.
Okay.
He is rearing to go. And
you
there's a lot of looks out there to that bullpen.
You mentioned him before. I mean, he's been the guy for them. Last year at 8 saves. And they will indeed head to the bullpen, and it will be a pitching change. Nebraska 8-1-1 pitching change, as it will do it for Garrett Brewer. And we'll tell you about the new arm on the other side, top of the 10th inning, and the go-ahead run at second base. 5-5, Huskers and Auburn Tigers. This is the Huskers Radio Network.
Husker pride isn't just in the stands. It's in the fuel that gets the Big Red to every game. Thanks to Nebraska farmers and the soy checkoff, Husker team buses now run on clean, renewable biodiesel made from Nebraska soybeans. It cuts emissions, supports farmers, and keeps the Husker pride rolling all season long. Biodiesel, fueling the Big Red mile after mile. Brought to you by Nebraska soybean farmers and the soy checkoff.
New pitcher for the Auburn Tigers is their closer, Ryan Hetzler. Already one save to his credit. He has been outstanding for Auburn this year. He is 2-0 already. 3 1/3 innings pitched, not yet allowed a hit. No runs. He's walked one, which is news with his pitching staff. And he has struck out 6. The Huskers have the go-ahead run out at second base, represented by Case Sanderson. Overbeek going to flip around and bat left-handed against Hetzler. Again, Overbeek is a capable bunter. What does Will Bolt want to do? The conversation right now, however, is with Will Bolt, Lance Harvell, and Case Sanderson at first base.
Yeah, so Sanderson, the leadoff double. How about in the leadoff for the Huskers, just getting a runner on to start an inning? Runners in scoring position, by the way, for the Huskers tonight, 3 of 8. And now it's Auburn's closer, 8 saves last year. That was 4th in the SEC. Last year, had a save this year. That came against Florida State in Arlington in an inning and a third. So it will be Hetzler. Junior right-hander, former arm for Cal Baptist. Stands at 5'11", 185. Sanderson slicing a leadoff double inside third. And that is the go-ahead run. A 3-hit night for Case. And now it's Joshua Overbeek. Flips a hit from the left side. Okay, the third baseman deliver with one big swing. And a tie game at 5, top 10. Pitch. Late swing and miss. Seen a couple of those swings from Overbeek tonight. Kind of indecisive, sword-like hacks. It's the hardest thing in sports to hit a baseball. Hetzler from the stretch. And an 0-1. Fastball high and away.
Doesn't look like Beek's too intent on bunting here, does it?
No.
At least through 2 pitches.
You have Dylan Carey on deck, who delivered one of the biggest swings tonight. Overbeek's been hit twice. Sandwich between a couple of Ks. Pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball along first into the Nebraska dugout. 1-2.
Got to have to do it the hard way now. Anything on the ground to the right side's your approach. Try to stay in the zone here.
He was the big swing guy down the stretch before his injury on that late season tear for the Huskers. The senior digs back in, tight to the plate in the left side. 1-2. Swinging a one-hopper, knocked down at first by Bingaman. He stays on his feet, underhand shovel, a foot race. It's very close. They call him out. Meanwhile, down to third is the go-ahead run in Sanderson. So gets the job done on a ground ball to the right side. 1 away now in the 10th, and the go-ahead run is 90 feet away for Dylan Carey.
That was bang at first base. Coach Sirianni not really reacting, but the Tigers going to pull the infield in here with the go-ahead run at third.
Dylan Carey has done it once on a full count pitch, a 2-ribby double to left field. Now We'll have pitching coach Everett Tiefert in his third year pop out of the dugout. There is one out in the inning. In a 5-5 tie here in the 10th.
Big swing there from Beek. He crushed that ball. 98 miles an hour off the bat. Good defensive play there from Auburn. Did his job with 2 strikes against the closer for Auburn. And now Dylan Carey with a job to do.
Yeah, nice play by Bingaman at first. He had to extend that glove on a couple steps to his right to take away the run scoring and a base hit for Overby. So now the meeting adjourned on the mound here for Hetzler. Will Bolt, his last words for Dylan Carey, who had mentioned after that game against Kansas State, he had talked to Dylan, kind of challenged his veteran shortstop. Came through in a big way on Sunday in Arlington. He's had that big swing tonight. Infield is in, trying to choke off the run. Right on right, first pitch. Swerves a little bit in. Curveball at 79, ball 1. Dylan nearing 200 career hits. Pitch out in front of a breaking ball.
And Dylan's got to tell himself, Kyle, that he might not see a fastball, regardless of count.
3 hits away from 200. So they go back to the off-speed stuff again for the righty hitting shortstop. On a 1-1. Out in front again, they go back to a curveball. Carry down to the count, 1-2.
Yeah, and with the way that he swung at those last 2, I would be shocked if he sees anything hard and flat.
Tied at 5, top of the 10th, 1 out. Go-ahead run is at third, infield is in. Carey's ready, Hetzler's ready, pitch. Fastball is lined off to the right, foul. Went to the fastball at 93. Early in the season, hearts thumping in that dugout, and especially up here in the booth. Nobody can sit still. Hetzler ready, 1-2. Swinging a line drive, base hit left field. Dylan Carey does it again, RBI single. Oh, that's cold-blooded. 6-5 in the 10th.
That young man came back for his senior year to meet the moment, and he is coming through time and time again. Got a hanging slider and just smacked it into left. And the Huskers, how about this, KC? First lead of the night in the 10th.
It took 3+ hours, but the Huskers know a lead. And now puts Auburn down to their final 3 outs against one of the best closers last year in the SEC. Now it's Devin Nunez who will hit. Left-handed swinger. First pitch, hacks through it. 0-1. Nunez hitting in the 6th spot. That was occupied by Cole Kitchens. Nunez came in defensively. And he came in to pinch run for Kitchens after a ribby double. 0-1. Fastball is looped to short over the head of Guevara into left center field. How about that for Nooney? Comes in a big AB late in the 10th and rips a line drive into left center. 2 on, 1 out here in the 10th and a 6-5 Husker lead.
What a big confidence builder for 1-6. He just hasn't had the start to the year that he had hoped for offensively. But off that arm to get a hit in this situation, again, pass the baton to the next guy, and we'll see what Jeske can do here with a couple of men on base.
You can't feel comfortable with just a 1-run lead.
Not with that offense.
So it's Jeske now at the plate, first and second. Top 10, 6-5 Husker lead. The righty pitcher zips a fastball high and in at 92. A grimace from Will Jeske as he did a matrix bend out of the way. It's flown out, ribby double, and grounded out to third. Also reached on a fielder's choice. Next to him, oh, that's a deep drive! Left field, off into the Auburn night! It's gone! 3-run bomb from Jeske! It's now 9-5 and perhaps the dagger in the 10th. Emphatic stomp of home plate for 1-3.
What can you say about this group of Huskers? Jeske nearly got one out of here earlier, and this young man is just blistering baseballs in 2026, the swing of his career. And this is not a slouch that Nebraska's doing this against. Again, a slider elevated, hang it and bang it. And that party porch is stunned in left field.
Over that 30-foot high wall in left field, Will Jeske sends one into orbit on the Plains and sends us to a pitching change. 9 runs now on 12 hits. An emphatic celebration at home plate. When that ball lands, Huskers now have a 9-5 lead in the top of the 10th. Pitching change on the Huskers Radio Network.
Everywhere you look, Nebraska soybeans are making life better in ways you probably wouldn't expect. They're in your car tires, the paint on your walls, and even the firefighting foam that helps keep our communities safe. From motor oil to shoes to asphalt, Nebraska soybeans are driving innovation, replacing petroleum with cleaner, smarter, sustainable solutions. Nebraska soybeans, hard at work all around us. Brought to you by Nebraska soybean farmers and the Soy Checkoff.
Ethan Harden is the new Auburn pitcher as the Huskers run the Tiger closer right on out of this game. A 4-run top of the 10th explosion highlighted by the 3-run tank by Will Jeske. Already Ski's third long one of the year. Harden on the year has only thrown 2/3 of an inning, allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and no strikeouts. And the Huskers' first lead of the night grows to 4. Got to throw this in there. Last night during the team's workout, Jeske's standing over by the batting cages. He puts his arm around me and goes, I think the first pitch in BP, I'm going to hit one over that monster. And I said, why not do it in the game? Well, he nearly did it earlier in the game in the 4th. He was just waiting to do it in a heroic moment. A 3-run bomb way out of here, as you described it perfectly, into the Auburn night. That thing just sailed over that 30-foot wall. And the Huskers have the 7th-ranked Tigers on the ropes.
Man, how about it? And, you know, there's a lot of good guys. All of them are great guys in that room. But when a Will Jeske type, who we know his personality, how awesome he is, and to see him smiling around the bases, and it was the kind of a seismic stomp of the right foot as he planted, essentially, that Husker flag here at Plainsman Park.
Pitch hitter for the Huskers is Grigo.
Yeah.
For Butenbach.
Will be true. Grigo is going to hit 9-5 Huskers. 4 runs here in the top of the 10th. All started with a Sanderson leadoff double. Go-ahead RBI single from Dylan Carey. First pitch to the righty bat. The lefty Ethan Harden delivers outside. And a single from Devin Nunez. How about that? Coming in, he pinch ran, got a chance to hit. And then a 3-run homer for Will Jeske. 1-0's outside. 2 balls, no strikes to Drew Grigo. Butenbach was 1 for 4. Struck out 3 times and singled. 2-0, late swing and miss. And again, as you put it, Ben, not against any slouch in Hetzler. What they did against their closer of a top 10 team. Never led until this inning. 2-1. Late swing and miss again, 2-2.
And how about the one out he did get was Overbeek's 100-mile-an-hour shot.
Great point on a great play at first base. Nebraska has found barrels here in the 10th. Harden comes set. Short wind and a 2-2. Grigo swings, clocks a line drive foul along third.
Good thing for the Nets.
Yeah. And Auburn fans that have been sitting around this 3+ hour game, a lot of them have went to their cars. There's still 3 outs to get, though. 2-2. Fastball, strike 3 down center. Second out of the inning here in the 10th as Grigo's down looking. Who comes out in the bottom of the 10th inning? That's the question. And You give shout-outs to Unger, of course, but how about Cooper Katsky?
Unbelievable. He was dominant tonight. Like, he didn't just skate through his innings. He was dominant.
Keeping this thing within 3 runs. First pitch to Jeter Worthley. Right-handed hitting catcher is an off-speed strike. Katsky came in all sorts of trouble. 0-1. Fastball is high and away. Katsky came in 2nd and 3rd. That was back in the 5th inning. Didn't give up a run. 1-1. Fastball strike at the knees.
Hetzler he'd only allowed 1 hit and no runs. And the Huskers in just the 3rd, 3 hits, 3 runs.
1-2 pitch. Off speed is rolled past the diving Bingaman down the right field line. Jeter's thinking too. It's dug out by McCrane. The throw in, well laid. How about another double for the Big Red? 13th hit late in the night here on this Friday. And it's Worthley who goes oppo on the 2-bagger.
And these are important ABs, Kyle, because this is getting confidence for these kids to tomorrow. Jeter is pressing so much at the plate, hadn't looked uber comfortable, and now he comes in, smacks another double, and he's feeling a lot better about himself showing up at the yard tomorrow.
6th double from the Huskers tonight. Here's Mac Moyer, top of the lineup, out in front of a curveball from the lefty Ethan Harden. 9-5 Huskers here at a 4-run top of the 10th. Dylan Carey, big ribby single. 3-run home run from Will Jeske. Worthy leads off second on an 0-1. Breaking ball low and in.
And let's get greedy, because this Auburn offense, we've talked about it all night. They're a dangerous group. We'll take as much as we can get.
Harding comes set. Right leg kick fires. Late swing and a foul back. 1-2 to Mac Moyer. Back in that leadoff spot tonight. Does have 1 hit. Struck out his last time. Well, you think of Nebraska pitching. Gave up 4 in that 3rd inning. 1 in the 4th. All zeros since that point. 1-2 downhill. Breaking ball misses inside to the lefty Moyer. 2-2.
I don't think any Husker would say no to another hit right here and double up this lead at 10-5.
Moyer's had 1 chance with a runner in scoring position, 0 for 1. 2-2. Curveball swerves high and in. Full count now. Worthy will get a jump. Anything into the gap should bring him in. 3-2, 2 out, 9-5 Huskers. 4 in here in the top of the 10th. Trying to take down number 7. Payoff. Fastball is bounced softly to short, charging in Guevara, glove side corral, throws to first, not in time. Moyer, foot on the gas pedal down the first base line. Down to 3rd goes Worthley. And now he takes off, nobody covering 2nd, and he just takes an extra bag.
No time called from Auburn, and now finally time called. The infielders can't believe it. They just fell asleep. And I'll tell you what, if Rhett Stokes gets a hit here, this first base dugout is going to come unglued.
It's Rhett Stokes who came in defensively at 2nd base for Jet Buck. Will get a chance to hit now. 9th batter to the plate in this inning. Case Sanderson got the party started. He stands on deck. 9-5 Nebraska here in the 10th. 2nd and 3rd. Pitch. Stokes, the right-handed hitter, takes low and outside. A changeup. Baseball is a weird game, ain't it?
I don't know why we like it sometimes.
1-0 from Harden. Swing and a high fly ball. Right field. McCrane on a back pedal in front of the warning track. Makes the catch. But the Huskers do a lot of damage. Big RBI single to put the Huskers in front. First lead known from Nebraska tonight on an RBI single. 2 batters later, a big swing from Will Jeske, a moonshot, a 3-run home run, 4 massive runs in the inning, 3 outs to get to the bottom of the 10th. We go 9-5, Nebraska over Auburn on the Huskers Radio Network.
Nebraskans are choosing chiropractic for better health. Why chiropractic? Because it's safe, drug-free, and a cost-effective treatment option for back and joint pain. Plus, all generations can benefit from natural chiropractic care. Choose chiropractic first for pain relief or to improve your mobility, athletic performance, or overall wellness. Make chiropractic your first choice for better health and find a chiropractic physician near you at nebraskachiropractic.org. Get your life back with chiropractic.
Spotting the perfect fit is kind of your thing. So when it comes to finding a used car, start your search at FordBlueAdvantage.com and find the perfect certified pre-owned vehicle at your local Ford dealer. One that comes with serious perks, like a thorough inspection, a Ford-backed warranty, even a Carfax report. Because you know what they say, the best finds are the ones that feel made for you. Ford Blue Advantage. Used car buying that's built for you. Available at participating dealers only. See your dealer for details and limitations.
Huskers dent that beautiful scoreboard in left center field for 4 in the 10th and take a 9-5 lead. You got 4, 5, and 6 due up. Ball put back into the hand of Jayshon Unger, who's thrown 2 innings to this point. And the biggest piece of advice right now for 37 from his pitching coach, strikes.
Yeah, just throw them. And Unger, 29 pitches out of the bullpen. We mentioned Cooper Katsky, 2 2/3. Just incredible to keep it a 3-run game. And then Unger bridging these last 2 innings has been absolutely incredible, with not necessarily getting the benefit of some of the calls in some tight situations. This game's far from over now, as Auburn trailed heading into the bottom of the 9th against West Georgia in the midweek. Now a different club and all that, but they have a flair for the dramatic, including this man coming to the plate who had a walk-off RBI single the other night. Will be 4, 5, and 6. Unger, the tall righty, whips in the first. There it is, fastball strike inside corner. Huskers 4 runs in the top of the 10th to take a 9-5 lead. Wind in an 0-1. Breaking ball misses low. Rhett Stokes still in at second base. Infield swung to the right now. Approaching 10 Central. 1-1 downhill. Fastball strike inside corner. Same spot as the first strike call. Now 1-2. To Bub Terrell, who has a multi-hit night. His 5th trip to the plate. Unger comes set, whirls and deals. Fastball, maybe a little touch in. He's going for that same spot, and it was inside.
The best thing about Unger's night is he just doesn't seem to care about whether he's getting a call or not.
Mound presence, like you mentioned. Fans that glove in front of his face. Let's fly. Swinging a slow tapper. Unger's got it. And he underhands on a jog to first. 1 away.
Well, can't tell you how big it is to get that first one. When you've got a lead, it just puts a little bit more pressure on the next guy up, which just so happens to be Bingaman.
Even talking to the coaches in the preseason in that meeting we had, they mentioned the mound presence from him, throwing 4 pitches for strikes. First pitch sent in is outside to Ethan Bingaman, right-handed hitter, 9-5 Huskers. We play with 1 out in the bottom of the 10th inning. Unger works quick with confidence on a 1-0. Fastball misses in. 2 balls, no strikes. Coming into this weekend as a Husker fan, you want to take at least 1 to pad that resume in the RPI. Now you're thinking take the series. 2-0. Fastball south of the knees. 3-0.
That's another one. I just
looked like it cut the zone. That low strike's not been there. Outfield deep and straight away for Bingaman, the freshman star. Here it is. Yanks it. Fastball yanked outside. So 4-pitch walk.
Logan Gregorio is the pinch hitter for Auburn, and you got to start to wonder how stretched out is Jay-Sean Unger, right? 38 pitches. He can't be used to this heavy of a workload. Got a 4-run cushion, but you don't want to play around with it.
It's Logan Gregorio. A little pinch hit, bat from the left side. Don't have a good vantage point of the bullpen. First pitch to the lefty, right down the chute. Not quite the 130 pitches we saw from the UT Arlington starter.
I wonder how he's feeling right now.
That was the scene inside this booth pregame. Was rooting against the Razorbacks. 0-1. Runner takes off. Pitch hit for a strike. Defensive indifference. Bingaman down to second.
Called that a ball.
Oh, did he?
Or at least the scoreboard had it at a ball. Trackman had it as a strike.
Count is 1-1. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, look right down the chute to me. 1-1. Yanked a fastball again inside. 2-1.
You got, I think it's Caleb Clark. I think I saw throwing.
There is an arm starting to get loose a little bit in right field. Unger unleashes. Fastball again, yanked low and in. 3 balls and a strike.
That's the thing. This is what we talked about. You just don't want to play around here with these free passes. Pour it over, but Jay-Sean's probably getting close to empty on the tank.
9-5 Huskers. 2 outs to get. Runner at second. Bottom of the 10th inning. 3 balls and a strike. Time call. Rob Childress has that clipboard. Top step of that first base side dugout. And now Jeter Worthley, along with Joshua Overbeek, catcher and third baseman, respectively, go out to talk to Unger. Late night here in Auburn, Alabama. A chance, too, to end a 4-game win streak for the Auburn Tigers, deal them just their second loss of the year, get the Huskers to 5-3, and get a win in the only ever meeting between Nebraska and Auburn in college baseball all time.
Huskers only have 1 mound visit left. They can burn, and there's some bodies moving in right center field.
Look at the line score. The Huskers have now doubled up Auburn in the hit total, 14-7. Can you believe that? Bingaman off second. 3 balls and a strike. Here it is. Gregorio takes all the way. Fastball strike at 93. So a full count.
Nothing wrong with 93 at this point in the game.
Can you have some room to play around here? There's throw strikes. Let him put the ball in play. Here's a payoff. Fastball is ripped on a line, and Stokes lays it, rolls into right field. Rounding third is Bingaman. No play at home plate. Run scores. Pinch hit RBI single for Logan Gregorio, and this thing's not done quite yet. 9-6 Nebraska lead here in the bottom of the 10th.
You're still in so what throw strikes mode. I mean, that's all it is. Rob Childress on the walkie-talkie to right field, and you can really see the moisture in the outfield, Kyle. That thing was spitting up water as it's made its way out to right field to Grigo.
It almost looks like the morning dew in the summer. There's a glisten to the outfield grass. And now, Mason McCrane to the plate. Rob Childress will make a change. As he motions to the bullpen, that gate will swing open as part of a Nebraska 811 pitching change. Contact 811 2 days before you dig to protect your underground utilities and yourself. It's free. It's easy. It's the law. 2 outs to get. Runner on for Auburn. Still a 9-6 Nebraska lead in the bottom of the 10th. Unger gets a standing ovation from his teammates. We'll tell you about the new arm next on the Huskers Radio Network.
Want to boost Nebraska's economy and help the planet? It's as easy as filling up your tank. Switch to soy-based biodiesel to cut greenhouse gases by up to 74% and support biodiesel growth.
I'm Greg Anderson, a farmer near Newman Grove, Nebraska, and biodiesel has transformed our farm. It cuts emissions, raises the cetane number, and improves fuel lubricity.
So ask for biodiesel where you fill up. It benefits our air, economy, and Nebraska soybean farmers. Nebraska soybeans, feeding, fueling, and innovating for the future.
Nebraska going to the senior from Orillia, Ontario, Caleb Clark, to hopefully park the boat here. Last pitched against Louisville a week ago. Through an inning, allowed to hit 2 runs, neither one earned. He did walk a batter, so Caleb coming in here. Huskers still leading by 3, but Another man reaches, and the tying run suddenly comes to the plate. So you don't want to play around here too much. Come in, fill up the zone, let your defense work behind you.
Boy, how big is that Wojcicki 3-run home run now? Instead of a tie game, it sits at a 9-6 Husker lead in the bottom of the 10th. 2 outs to get. Going to the lefty, Caleb Clark. Like Ben mentioned, last time we saw the senior was in that game against Louisville. He had a ground ball to get a big double play in that game, and he just threw it away, throwing to second base. And I'm sure for him, that's probably been in the back of his mind ever since, just wanting to get back out there. This is more of a mental game than a physical game, kind of even in that regard. And for Caleb, a chance to get back out on the mound in a big spot to close out a big win here for his squad.
You already know this Auburn team's confident coming back late in games. They've made a habit of it already this year. It'd be great for Caleb to come in, pump some strikes, get this first guy here out, get Mason McCrane out, put a little bit more pressure on his brother in the on-deck circle. These guys have been tough to put away tonight, though.
Huskers in their last 10 against ranked foes are 7-3. Went 6-2 last year, with teams having a number in front of their name. Trying to take down number 7 out of the SEC. 9-6 lead, 1 across here in the inning. Gregorio, the pinch hitter who singled, leads off first. Mason McCrane, the lefty bat. Left on left. Clark fires home. Fastball low. Ball 1. That dugout for Auburn trying to drum up some energy. 1-0. Fastball low. 2 balls, no strikes.
Yeah, for everyone out of the zone, the intensity ratchets it up just a little bit.
Everybody right now silent on that top step for Nebraska. A 2-0 pitch. Slung in for a strike. Lower reaches to the zone. Another fastball at 90 from Caleb Clark. All eyes on the lefty. Peers in for the sign. Whips it in. Runner takes off. Pitch in for a strike. Defensive indifference. Gregorio heads down to second. It's now 2-2. More importantly, they call that a strike.
As it was, despite what the crowd thinks.
Big pitch. 3-run cushion. Clark calling for another sign. Now he steps off.
Wisely. 3 on the pitch clock. There's his disengagement. Make sure you get what you need here.
Did the twirl of the finger asking for a new pitch. Now comes set on a 2-2. Low and away. Fastball at 92. Count full. 1 out of the zone here brings the tying run to the plate here in the 10th with 1 away. Payoff pitch. Low and in, ball 4.
Well, this is exactly, Kyle, what we said not to do. Making them get bases without earning them. That's the second walk of the inning. More action in the Husker bullpen. And you got Brandon McCrane now as the tying run.
And this is a spot, if pitching well, you'd go to Manel here. But it just has not had a great start to the season. But it looks like Rob Childress is going to go for another arm here. This would be the 6th pitcher for the Huskers, 5th out of the pen, as Clark cannot get the lefty out. And that bullpen gate will swing open once more. We'll see who emerges here for the Huskers. 2 outs to get. Nebraska 9, Auburn 6th. 1 across already. Tying run comes to the plate with first and second. Here for Auburn. We'll step aside with a Nebraska 811 pitching change. Contact 811 2 days before you dig to protect your underground utilities and yourself. It's free. It's easy. It's the law. Update you on the new arm next on the Huskers Radio Network.
Husker pride isn't just in the stands. It's in the fuel that gets the Big Red to every game. Thanks to Nebraska farmers and the soy checkoff, Husker team buses now run on clean, renewable biodiesel made from Nebraska soybeans. It cuts emissions, supports farmers, and keeps the Husker pride rolling all season long. Biodiesel, fueling the Big Red mile after mile. Brought to you by Nebraska soybean farmers and the Soy Checkoff.
Well, the pitcher being summoned from the bullpen is a true freshman, Jace Ziola. Comes in a white knuckle situation against number 7 on the road with 2 monster outs to get. It's the 6'2", 200-pounder from Scott Catholic High School, hails from Elkhorn, Jace Ziola. Did not see Ziola last weekend. And he comes in with a tying run at the plate, and the Huskers holding on for dear life to their 9-6 lead.
And it will be Ziola. Brother on the wrestling team here at Nebraska, has electric stuff. You talk to the coaches, say he wants to be great. Slider, changeup combo as good as anybody on this roster. Explosive athlete, very coachable, and now the Elkhorn, Nebraska native comes into one of the biggest spots in his baseball career here in his early tenure as a true freshman. As you said, white knuckle time. He will take on Brandon McCrane. This is the 8th spot in the lineup here, first and second. This represents the tying run. We mentioned some of the late inning magic in the midweek for Auburn. With Ziola, who everybody's eager to see every time he comes out of the bullpen, has that one relief appearance against Grand Canyon. Will get his shot. Tonight, McCrane has reached on an E5, walked, singled, and was intentionally walked. After 3 consecutive out of the zone, they just put him on. Can the Huskers nail this sucker down? Righty hitter Brandon McCrane. Runners lead off first and second here in the 10th. Ziola from the stretch, first pitch. Fastball. Zips in. That thing had smoke behind it. 0-1. Big pitch. First pitch strike is a good start. Dangles that right arm, comes set inside the black glove. Chest high set, 1 strike pitch. Fastball again, right down the chute. 0-2.
94
for the freshman righty. Settles again. 2 strike pitch. Swinging a ground ball through the right side. Base hit. Butenbeck will field out and make that. Grigo, who fields, throws in. That brings in a run as Gregorio scores from second. RBI single for Brandon McCrane. And it's now 9-7. Tying run is on base.
And that is a great piece of hitting. That is a great 0-2 pitch on a slider away from him. And he just slams it into right. And all the momentum now is with the Auburn Tigers. And an offensive timeout being called here. And our first look at Todd Clay. Sometimes you just can't make this stuff up. 0 for 17 on the season.
And now steps into a massive spot with the tying run at first, and he represents the walk-off run. So we saw a couple of fastballs from Ziola and then went to the slider. Like you said, just took it opposite way from Brandon McCrane's second hit. Ziola just stands all alone right now. Heart, I'm sure, beating out of his chest. 2 runs across here in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Pinch hitter during that timeout.
A new batter emerges.
Cade Bellew.
Number 14, Cade Bellew now will hit. Oh for 3 in the midweek. Lefty bat. First pitch. Fastball. Twists him out of the way. Miss inside at 93. Was injured on a swing against Florida State. Missed the final game of the tournament out in Arlington. 1-0. That's low.
And this is the last mound visit Nebraska can use. And it's coming right here with Ziola, who nearly fell down. And that Auburn dugout is feeling it. So no more mound visits for the Huskers the remainder of the game. That's it.
So now quite literally out on an island, 2-0. 1 out, still 2 outs to get. 9-7 Husker lead. It's Cade Ballou, the junior outfielder from right here in Auburn, Alabama. Taps the home plate area twice. 2-0 pitch. That's low, gets past Worthley. Runners move up to second and third.
Now base hit ties it. But more importantly, the winning run is 1 out of the zone away, and you've got the leadoff hitter and a dangerous Bristol Carter waiting on deck. This thing has avalanched on the Cornhuskers.
And to think of that first quick out that Jayshon Unger had gotten of Bub Terrell. Ziola's 3-0. Fastball misses, ball 4. Bases loaded. Winning run now on base.
Of all this, Kyle, a ground ball for Nebraska could end it.
That's all you need.
What's this about? Meeting with the umpire and Butch Thompson.
Not just a quick meeting. Mason McCrane at third, Brandon McCrane at second. Cade Ballou at first. He represents the winning run, and now Rob Childress waits for the batter to come in, and we most likely will have another Nebraska 8-1-1 pitching change. New arm comes out of the bullpen in the most tense of situations. Contact 811 2 days before you dig to protect your underground utilities and yourself. It's free. It's easy. It's the law. It's another pitching change. Bottom of the 10th. Winning run is at first. Bases juiced. Looks like we could see Bryce Bender out of the pen. We'll tell you all about his season up until this point on the Huskers Radio Network.
That's my neighbor, Joe. Hey, Joe.
Hey, John.
Joe's about to make a very big mistake. Hey, Joe, I think it might be a good idea to call 811 to have your underground utilities marked before you start digging?
John, that's just for big projects.
Actually, it's for any digging project. Hey, congratulations, Joe. You found your electric line. Remember, safe digging always begins with a free call to 811. You want to borrow my phone, buddy?
Brought to you by Nebraska 811.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
Alongside Kyle Crooks, I'm Ben McLaughlin. If you gave up on this game after the 4-run top of the 10th, shame on you. 9-7, and Auburn with all the momentum. Bases loaded. Only 1 out in the inning. The Huskers got the leadoff guy out in this inning, and since then, it's been 5 straight Tigers to reach base, and it's up to Bryce Bender to somehow stop this gaping knife wound in the 10th. On the year, Price 3 innings, a hit, a run, no walks, a strikeout. None of that matters right now. It's all about what's in front of him, and that being Bristol Carter, the leadoff man for Auburn, preseason All-SEC pick, against Bryce Bender, who is begging to the baseball heavens for a ground ball at an infielder.
That could possibly end it. 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th. 9-7, Nebraska. And it's Bryce Bender at the top of the lineup. Got that first out of the inning since walk, RBI single, walk, run scoring single, and walk. And that has put us in a precarious situation late into the night in the Southeast. Bryce Bender says a few quick words to himself as he takes his scarlet ball cap off, his back to home plate on the back slope of the mound. Looks up into that stadium lighting as he throws that ball cap back on. Bryce Bender against Bristol Carter in an environment that has been awakened here in the 10th. Pitch calm. Bender leaning in to hear the call and gets the sign he wants against the righty bat. First pitch to Carter. Shortens, pulls back, takes outside. Fastball that time from Bender. Fastball slider change from the native of Edmond, Oklahoma. Again, twirls that finger, wanting the next call from Rob Childress. Set at the chest on a 1-0. Swing and miss. 1-1.
Carter has one thought. End the game with that swing.
Winning run is at first base. That's Cade Ballou. Tying runs at second and third. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Bender's pitch. High and away. 2 balls and a strike. And this is new for Nebraska, playing this true road environment for the first time this year. Two-one pitch. Foul back over our heads. Can't help but flinch given the gravity of the moment. Right back in our direction. High-level Division I athletes trying to control their heartbeats. Playing a kid's game, but it feels like the weight of the world is on their shoulders, especially number 6 on the mound. Facing leadoff hitter Bristol Carter with the bases juice in the 10th. Huskers a 9-7 lead. 2-2. Swinging a bouncing ball to short. It's fielded by Carey, throws to first for the out. Overbeek almost cut it off. Run scores as McCrane plates. Makes it a 9-8 game. 6-3 on the putout. Boy, I thought for a second Overbeek cut that thing off. But now it's second and third. Winning run in scoring position. Tying run now 90 feet away for Chase Fralick.
And do you put Fralick on to get the right-on-right matchup?
1 out to get. That is an option now. First base is open. On deck is Eric Guevara. Fralick tonight has walked, been hit by a pitch, has struck out and grounded out twice. Right on left, second and third. 9-8 game, 2 outs in the 10th. Bender's first. High pop fly, right side of the infield. Who's got it? It's Stokes, makes the catch. Ball game, a marathon thriller, and the Huskers take down number 7 Auburn. Oh, they had to dig about as deep as you possibly could. Winning run in scoring position, it does not matter. 9-8 final.
Welcome to Nebraska baseball, partner. My goodness.
Man, oh man, how fun was that? Because the Huskers come out on the winning side. Incredible. So, the Huskers win this one, final score of 9-8. And they will celebrate this one deep into the night. 5-3, their record moves Auburn, watches a 4-game win streak fall flat. Now 7-2 on the year. Huskers 9, Auburn 8, a comeback thriller, a big win for the Big Red. This is Big Red Baseball.
It's not a job. I don't start my day by logging in or end my shift by punching out. I don't have a corner office, but I do have a seat with a view. I get to see every sunrise and every sunset. And while I may technically be my own boss, I fully accept that I am not in charge. I'm a Nebraska corn farmer, and there's nothing else I would rather be.
Brought to you by the Nebraska Corn Board.